Most people fail because they try to attract what they want from an identity that doesn't possess it. That mistake ends today. Based on years of silent testing, this book is an identity reconfiguration protocol. You'll learn to affirm without begging, and to direct your focus with the authority of someone who already owns their vision. We're not looking for hope. We're looking for habit alignment. When your emotion becomes direction, the universe simply surrenders to the evidence. Visible results or nothing. Chapter 1. The discipline of conscious focus. Most people believe that manifesting is asking. In reality, manifesting is holding. The universe doesn't respond to your isolated words. It responds to the steady direction of your attention, the emotion you choose to repeat, and the identity from which you act when no one is watching. If your focus shifts with every stimulus, your reality also shifts with every stimulus. And then, you're not creating. You're reacting. The place becomes your home. There was a time, place becomes your home. There was a time when an apprentice walked with a clear goal and a mind clouded by doubt. He said he wanted a different life, but his chest filled with doubt every time he heard someone else's opinion, and his stomach clenched when a day didn't go as planned. He looked for signs everywhere. He interpreted every delay as rejection. He interpreted every coincidence as a promise. He lived chasing the next clue, as if reality were an external door that someone had to open for him. One afternoon, weary, he entered a quiet place where those who wanted to learn to guide their lives gathered. There were no symbols, no altars, no decorations, only a table, a chair, and an open window. In that stillness, he was greeted by a figure who didn't introduce herself by name, but by her presence. The apprentice called her the Guardian because her gaze didn't judge and her voice didn't tremble. The apprentice spoke without taking a breath. He explained what he desired, what he feared, what he had tried, what he had lost. The Guardian listened to him like one listens to the wind, without arguing, without rushing. When he finished, she asked a simple question. What are you practicing each day? The apprentice was confused. He said he practiced visualization, that he practiced asking, that he practiced waiting. The Guardian gently shook her head. That's not what you practice. You practice restlessness. You practice urgency. You practice vigilance. You practice the emotion of not having. The apprentice was inwardly offended, but he couldn't deny it. The Guardian continued. The law of attraction doesn't follow your desires. It follows your emotional training. You attract with what you hold, not with what you proclaim. Then, without raising her voice, the Guardian placed a blank sheet of paper on the table. Write here the sentence that defines your life when you feel small. The apprentice hesitated and finally wrote a sentence he had never wanted to see. I always have to try harder to deserve. The Guardian nodded. Now write the sentence that defines your life when you feel big. The apprentice took longer, as if that part of himself were asleep. He wrote, I can choose, and my choices matter. The Guardian didn't applaud. She didn't encourage him enthusiastically. She simply said, here is your true work. It's not about achieving something external. It's about living from the second sentence, even when your body craves to return to the first. The apprentice tried to understand with his mind, but the keeper led him to the realm of practice. She asked him to sit and look out the open window. Look at the air, she said. Don't try to grasp it. Just observe it. The apprentice obeyed, and, as expected, his mind began to chatter. He recalled unfinished business, heard noises, invented future scenarios. The keeper stopped him. Don't fight the mind. Direct the focus. She indicated a simple gesture. Choose a point on the window and return to it each time you look away. The apprentice did so. He looked away and returned. He looked away and returned. At first, it was frustrating. Then it was revelatory. He understood, not with an idea, but with a fact. His attention was trainable. What you do with your gaze, the guardian said, you will do with your emotions. Emotion is energy in motion. If you don't guide it, it guides you. If you guide it, it opens paths for you. The apprentice asked how to guide an emotion without pretending. The guardian was precise. It's not about denying what you feel, it's about choosing what you repeat. You can feel fear and still practice focus. You can feel doubt and still practice identity. Discipline doesn't eliminate the human, it guides it. Then she told him a story, brief and clear, like a key. A traveler carried a lamp on a foggy night. The lamp gave little light. The traveler despaired because he wanted to see the whole path. But the lamp wasn't made to show him everything. It was made to show him the next step. Every time the traveler stopped looking at what the lamp did show and complained about what it didn't show, he stumbled. When he accepted that it should illuminate only the next step, he arrived. The guardian looked at him and added, "Your focus is the lamp. Your emotion is the fuel. Your identity is the hand that holds it." The apprentice felt a mixture of relief and responsibility. He wanted to know what to do when he left, when life pushed him back into the familiar. The guardian gave him a short practice, but presented it not as a ritual, but as training. Every morning, before opening the door to the day, you will do a 1-minute visualization. 1 minute is enough if it is complete. Close your eyes, breathe slowly, and observe a simple scene where you are already who you want to be. Don't focus on objects, focus on your inner posture. How do you breathe when you already trust? How do you walk when you already deserve? How do you decide when you already are consistent? Feel that without exaggerating. Feel what would be normal for that version of you. Then open your eyes and act as if that scene had been an instruction, not a dream. Then he told her about journaling. Writing isn't venting, it's direction. Every night, write a page with a single intention, to prove to yourself that your focus can be clear. Start with this sentence. Today, I attracted what I held. And answer honestly. What did you hold on to longer? Confidence or urgency? What internal conversation did you repeat? What emotion did you feed with your attention? Don't blame yourself. Just record it. Recording makes the invisible visible, and the visible becomes trainable. Finally, the guardian gave him an affirmation, but cautioned him against the common misuse of affirmations as a talisman. Affirming is not repeating to convince the universe. Affirming is repeating to educate your inner system. Choose a short, clear, effortless phrase. Say it softly when you notice yourself slipping back into your old self. Don't say it anxiously. Say it like someone returning home. The apprentice asked for examples, and she offered 3, without imposing them. I choose my focus calmly. I deserve what I cultivate consistently. I attract from the emotion I hold. The guardian looked at him with serene firmness. Don't repeat the phrases like a magic act. Repeat them as a reminder of your behavior. The apprentice wanted to object. He said that real life was hard, that the world was distracting, that there were bills, messages, pressures, results. The guardian didn't deny anything. That's precisely why you need discipline. Discipline is what allows you to manifest amidst the noise. If you can only maintain your focus when everything is going well, it's not focus, it's comfort. Then she added something the apprentice wouldn't forget. Your external reality is the delayed reflection of your internal practice. If you change your practice today, the reflection will change tomorrow. The apprentice went outside, and the world was the same, but it was no longer the same within him. In the following days, he failed many times. He became distracted. He worried again. He complained. But something new had been born. The act of returning. He discovered that true victory was not in not falling, but in returning faster. When he was caught in a moment of urgency, he remembered the lamp and the next step. When he found himself comparing himself to others, he remembered the blank page and chose the big sentence. When he wanted to give up because of a delay, he remembered that the law responds to what is sustained, not what is demanded. Over time, she began to notice different signs, but she no longer sought them out with hunger. She observed them with serenity. An opportunity would appear after a firm decision. A helpful coincidence would emerge after a week of consistent focus. A meaningful encounter would occur after she had changed the way she presented herself. Manifestation stopped feeling like chance and began to feel like a consequence. And there, she understood the secret that few accept. The law of attraction is not a trick to obtain. It is a school for becoming. Now it's your turn. You don't need to believe blindly. You need to practice. If today you commit to 1 real minute of visualization, 1 honest page of writing, and 1 affirmation spoken calmly, you'll be doing something extraordinary. You'll be taking control of your energy. And when your energy has direction, your life begins to respond. Not because the universe is a servant, but because you are ceasing to be a stranger to your own power. Are you enjoying this information? Then don't forget that the first link in the description has more resources to help you continue growing. Chapter 2. Merit as inner permission. If the discipline of the light bulb is the lamp, then merit is the hand that accepts holding it without trembling. Many people try to manifest with good intentions, yet they harbor a secret command beneath the surface. It's not for me. This command isn't always spoken aloud. Sometimes it's disguised as humility, prudence, or realism. But the universe doesn't deal in disguises. It responds to the emotion you cultivate at home. The law of attraction behaves like a mirror with a memory. It doesn't reflect what you want once, but what you consider normal time and time again. That's why some desires come and go, as if they can't stay. It's not bad luck. It's a lack of inner permission. Merit is not a moral prize. It's not a certificate someone hands you when you meet certain conditions. It's an energetic stance. It's the capacity to receive without guilt, without feeling you must pay with suffering, without feeling life will immediately demand payment for being blessed. When merit is lacking, the mind creates strategies to preserve the old identity. It may attract an opportunity and then sabotage it with delay. It may find love and then cool it with distance. It may receive money and then spend it as if it were burning a hole in your pocket. It's not because you're weak. It's because your internal system is protecting an old story. The story of, I'm not the kind of person good things happen to consistently. There once was a person we'll call the weaver. Not because she wove fabrics, but because she wove realities. She had talent, intuition, and a keen sensitivity for perceiving possibilities. When she imagined something, she saw it in detail. When she spoke of her future, her eyes lit up. Yet, her life remained within a narrow margin, just enough to survive, never enough to breathe. Every time she approached a leap, something inside her pulled the brakes. It wasn't laziness. It was an invisible limit, like a rope tied around her waist. The weaver said one day, "I want abundance." And as she said it, she felt a surge of enthusiasm that was short-lived. Then a familiar feeling appeared, a pressure in her chest, as if asking for more were dangerous. She berated herself for her doubt and tried to mask it with positive affirmations. She repeated words, turned on music, made lists. Still, the pressure wouldn't go away. She realized something uncomfortable. Her desire was real, but her permission wasn't. Seeking clarity, she arrived at a simple place devoid of symbols or grandiose promises. There, she was greeted by an archetype she called the witness. The witness didn't try to convince anyone. He observed with precision. He listened to the weaver speak of money, love, and opportunities. When she finished, the witness asked her, "If you were to receive exactly what you ask for today, what would be the most difficult thing?" The weaver thought the difficulty would be managing, sustaining, organizing. But when she allowed herself to answer honestly, she said something different. The most difficult thing would be feeling that I deserve it without asking for forgiveness. The witness didn't correct her. He gave her a truth that falls like a stone in still water. You are not manifesting money. You are manifesting the identity that can hold money without guilt. You are not manifesting love. You are manifesting the identity that can hold love without suspicion. The external results are an effect. The cause is your emotional normalcy. The weaver felt resistance. She wanted to argue, explain her past, justify her caution. The witness didn't need to delve into her story. He asked her a more direct question. What do you think happens when you receive? At that moment, the weaver understood the origin of her invisible thread. Within her lived a silent association. Receiving was dangerous because afterward came loss, criticism, or a demand. Her system had learned that the safest thing was to keep the good things small. That way, life didn't expose her. That way, no one made demands of her. That way, she didn't have to bear the gaze of her own greatness. The witness said, "This association is not a condemnation. It is a habit. And like any habit, it can be trained." Here, a discipline distinct from focus emerges. It's the discipline of receiving. You can hold on to the emotion of desire for a minute, but if you shrink back when a gift arrives, your true practice is contraction. The law of attraction follows that contraction like a compass, not because it's cruel, but because it's precise. That's why deserving isn't resolved with hope. It's resolved with the conscious repetition of permission. The witness proposed a brief experiment to the weaver. It wasn't a ritual. It was training. He asked her to close her eyes and visualize a simple scene. Herself receiving a sum of money that would clearly be useful without drama. Not an impossible fortune, but an income that would improve her life and make her feel stable. Don't make a spectacle of it, the witness said. Keep it normal. In the visualization, the weaver saw the confirmation message, the balance, the relief. But at the same time, pressure appeared in her chest. The witness stopped her. Don't run from that pressure. Stay, breathe, and ask yourself, what story is sustaining this feeling? The weaver found the phrase, "If I receive, I must pay." The witness instructed her to change the story, not forcefully, but authoritatively. If I receive, I can provide. If I receive, I can manage. If I receive, I can share. If I receive, I am still me. That was the key. Worthiness isn't shouting, "I deserve it," with tension. It's feeling secure in receiving. Your system needs reassurances of security. And those reassurances are created with small, consistent acts. Sometimes, the first act of worthiness is accepting a compliment without minimizing it. Sometimes, it's charging what's fair without apologizing. Sometimes it's saying yes to a date without anticipating being stood up. Sometimes it's allowing something good to last. The discipline here is remaining open when your old self wants to close in. Then the witness gave her a short, precise writing exercise. Tonight, he said, write down 3 things without embellishment. First, where you feel worthy effortlessly. Second, where you feel unworthy even though you work hard. Third, what specific action a person who already feels worthy would take tomorrow. The weaver was surprised because the exercise didn't require perfect emotion. It required clarity, and clarity is an advanced form of power. You can do the same. Don't write to vent, write to define your identity. If you don't define your identity, your environment will do it for you. In journaling, be specific. Don't say, I want to be better. Say, I'm the kind of person who maintains focus even when there's noise. Don't say, I want money. Say, I'm the kind of person who calmly receives, manages, and grows it. Don't say, I want love. Say, I'm the kind of person who allows closeness without losing myself. Your mind responds better to definitions than to vague desires. The witness also spoke to him about a common trap, trying to earn something through sacrifice. Many people believe that if they suffer enough, then they can receive without guilt. But suffering doesn't cleanse one of deserving. It only postpones it. The law of attraction, when mixed with sacrifice, attracts a reality where everything is earned through pain. If you want an easier life, you must practice ease without shame. That doesn't mean irresponsibility. It means balance. Discipline isn't harsh. Discipline is constant. And the highest consistency is maintaining a dignified inner state even when no one applauds. In that conversation, the weaver confessed another fear. If I feel deserving, will I become arrogant? The witness calmly replied, arrogance is a mask of insecurity. True deservingness is silent. A truly deserving person doesn't need to prove themselves. They simply stand by it. They don't compare themselves, explain themselves, or shrink back. Then he added something essential for money and love. You don't attract what you beg for. You attract what you allow as normal. To conclude her training for the day, the witness gave her an affirmation, not as a superstition, but as a repeated guideline. Say it at neutral moments, he recommended. Don't say it when you're desperate. Say it when you're stable, to practice stability. The phrase was simple. I allow myself to receive calmly. Another possibility was, I am worthy of the good I hold. Yet another focused on identity. I am the person who remains open and constant. The power of an affirmation isn't in the volume. It's in the tension-free repetition. The weaver left with a new feeling, not euphoria, but strength. In the following days, she noticed something practical. When an opportunity arose, she no longer rushed to prove herself. When someone offered her help, she no longer refused it out of pride. When she received money, she no longer felt the urge to spend it to get back to her place. She began to practice what she had previously avoided, allowing. And that word, allowing, became her discipline. Now observe your own life with that same precision. Where do you deny yourself permission? Where do you believe receiving is dangerous? Don't blame yourself. Identify it. Because what is identified can be trained. Today, do a 1-minute visualization where you receive something good and hold it without tension. Tonight, write honestly down where you feel worthy and where you feel indebted. Tomorrow, choose a small act that demonstrates inner permission, however minimal. If you can hold deserving in the small things, the big things come without force. And when they come, they stay. Because your identity already recognizes them as home. Chapter 3. The identity that attracts. Without forcing your desire is a direction, but your identity is the vehicle. You can enthusiastically repeat a goal, vividly imagine it, even become so emotional that you feel it within reach. Yet, if in your daily life you act in a way that is incompatible with what you are asking for, reality will behave as it always does. It will reflect back to you what you are being, not what you are naming. Conscious manifestation is not won through intensity. It is built through coherence. And coherence is not rigidity. It is alignment. It is when your emotions, your focus, and your decisions begin to sing the same note without any theatrical effort. Some people believe that identity is a label. This is who I am. It isn't. Identity is a set of permissions and limits, a sum of small choices that are repeated until they become normal. That's why some people desire money and yet make decisions as if money were an unwelcome guest. And some people desire love and yet behave as if love were a threat. The problem isn't desire. The problem is the inner persona that takes control in quiet moments, when no one is watching and there's no argument to make. There once was an archetype we'll call the cartographer. He didn't make maps of the external world, he made maps of possibilities. He sat at an empty table and, with an almost ancient calm, traced invisible routes in his mind. Routes of work, routes of decisions, routes of encounters. People came to him seeking clarity, but what they almost always sought was relief. They wanted a phrase that would take the weight of change off their shoulders. The cartographer didn't offer phrases, he offered mirrors. One afternoon, a traveler arrived. She was hungry for progress, but her hunger wasn't pure. It came mixed with haste and comparison. She carried a notebook full of ideas and a heart full of doubts. She said she wanted a more expansive life, more money, more love, more stability. She said it with the voice of someone tired of waiting. The cartographer let her talk until the noise faded away on its own. Then he asked her something that seemed off-topic. When you imagine your ideal life, what part of you lives it? The traveler's mind went blank. He thought it was her, of course. The cartographer persisted. Don't answer me with your name. Answer me with your identity. Are you a confident person? Are you a constant person? Are you a person who feels at home receiving? Or are you still a person who tenses up every time something good comes your way? The traveler tried to justify her tension with past stories. The cartographer raised a hand, not to interrupt her abruptly, but to stop the wheel. Your history can explain, but it cannot decide. What decides is your current identity. And your current identity is recognized by your habits, by your automatic reactions, by what you do when no one applauds you. To show her the difference, the cartographer placed two identical envelopes in front of her. Imagine, he said, that one of these envelopes contains an opportunity for money, a higher, stable, legitimate income. The other contains an opportunity for love, a healthy, present, real connection. The traveler looked at the envelopes as if they were dangerous. Her body leaned slightly forward, but her shoulders tensed. The cartographer noticed. Before you choose, he said, observe your body. Your body always confesses the identity you are holding. She swallowed. She realized that faced with something good, her system prepared to defend itself. The cartographer didn't shame her. He simply pointed out the exact point. Your desire is in your words. Your identity is in your tension. The traveler touched the first envelope with her fingers and pulled them away as if it burned. You see, said the cartographer, it's not that you don't want to. It's that your identity doesn't yet know how to sustain it. She asked how one changes something like that without pretending. The cartographer answered simply, "You don't change it with desperate affirmations. You change it with small trials that teach your system who you are now." Then he asked her to open an envelope, any one. The traveler chose the one with the money, almost as a challenge. The cartographer didn't allow her to be dramatic. Don't imagine a stroke of luck. Imagine a new normal, a raise, a steady client, an opportunity that arises naturally. Now, observe the first thing that comes to mind. The traveler closed her eyes and, without meaning to, heard an internal phrase. "This isn't going to last." The cartographer nodded, like someone finding a coordinate on a map. That phrase is your identity speaking, and identity isn't debated, it's retrained. He explained something few accept because it sounds too sober. Your life changes when your normality changes, and normality is built through repetition. If your emotional normality regarding money is suspicion, you'll attract situations where money becomes a source of suspicion. If your emotional normality regarding love is alertness, you'll attract situations where love seems to require alertness. Not because you deserve it or not, but because your energy tends to recreate its home. The cartographer didn't speak of destiny. He spoke of practice. He asked the traveler to do something uncomfortable, to choose an identity before choosing an outcome. "Don't tell me how much money you want," he said. "Tell me who you are when the money arrives." She thought for a moment and replied cautiously, "I am responsible." The cartographer shook his head. "That's a quality. I'm asking you for an identity. An identity is a way of being. It's not a pretty adjective." She tried again. "I am a calm receiver." That sentence landed differently. It didn't inflate her ego. It wasn't aggressive. It was permission. The cartographer smiled slightly, as if he had seen the first line of an actual map. Then he did the same with love. "Who are you when someone truly chooses you?" The traveler felt a little afraid. She said, "I am a person who can stay." The cartographer asked her to linger on that sentence for a few seconds without embellishing it. "Stay," she repeated, and noticed her body softening. "That," said the cartographer, "is conscious manifestation in its purest form, choosing an identity that sustains and then living it." But she didn't leave it hanging. She explained the difference between imagined identity and embodied identity. Embodied identity appears in micro decisions. When your identity is, "I receive calmly," your decisions change. You organize your finances without panic. You negotiate without shame. You collect payments without apologizing. You invest in what strengthens you. You protect your energy as a valuable resource. When your identity is, "I can stay," your decisions change. You speak the truth without manipulating. You listen without creating internal conflicts. You set boundaries without punishing. And you stop testing others to confirm your fears. The traveler asked how long it took for a change to become visible. The cartographer replied, like a teacher who doesn't peddle fantasies. "It becomes visible when it manifests in your behavior, sometimes quickly, sometimes gradually. Speed is not your control. Your control is your practice." Then he added, "The law responds precisely. If you change your identity and sustain the change, reality finds a way to reorganize itself around that new normal." So that the traveler wouldn't just be left with ideas, the cartographer gave her a brief training session designed for busy days. He asked her to do a short visualization each morning, nothing dramatic. See herself in an everyday scene where her new identity is already active. Not a perfect scene, but a real one. Not a grand setting, but an ordinary one. In that scene, She sees herself receiving payment, responding calmly, making a wise decision, and continuing her day without anxiety. Or she sees herself in a loving conversation where she remains present, without tension, without needing to control. Your mind learns by repetition, the cartographer said, but your body learns by familiarity. Make your new identity familiar. She also asked her for a writing exercise that wasn't an endless diary, just a few lines but precise ones. Write one piece of evidence each night, she told her. Each piece of evidence that you acted as your new identity today, even if it was small, and write an honest observation of where you reverted to your old identity. Don't insult yourself. Don't make excuses. Just record it. The traveler understood the intention, to build evidence. Because identity changes when your internal system accumulates evidence that you are already different. Finally, he gave her an affirmation, but with a condition, that she not use it to mask fear, but to return to her center. Say it when you're neutral, he instructed, to practice neutrality. The phrase was simple. I live from my new norm. It wasn't a plea, it was a choice. The cartographer wasn't trying to make her feel euphoric. He was trying to make her feel stable. Stability is a silent emotion that attracts powerfully precisely because it doesn't need to be proven. Before saying goodbye, the traveler looked at the envelopes one last time and asked which she should choose, money or love. The cartographer replied with something that changed her perspective. Don't choose between outcomes. Choose between identities. When you choose the right identity, the right outcomes fall into place. She left without fireworks, but with a direction. And that direction was new. To stop chasing effects and start inhabiting causes. Now it's your turn. If you want your manifestation to be conscious and not accidental, don't start with the goal. Start with the person who holds the goal without breaking. Calmly ask yourself, who am I when I receive money? Who am I when love becomes real? Then, choose an identity that uplifts you without inflating your ego. Make it concrete. Make it livable. And tomorrow, in a small decision, demonstrate it. Life doesn't surrender to the noise of a desire. It reorganizes itself in the stillness of a sustained identity. Chapter 4. The emotion you hold becomes your signal. Many believe that emotion is a consequence. I'll feel good when the result arrives. That thought seems logical, but it doesn't create. It only reacts. In conscious expression, emotion functions as a silent command. It's not an embellishment. It's the real direction. Your focus may say, I want, but your emotion says, this is where I live. And life tends to expand the place where you live within. That's why two people can desire the same thing and have opposite experiences. Not because of moral merit, nor because of luck, but because of the signal they hold most of the time. The law of attraction, understood with sobriety, is not a spectacle. It's a dynamic of resonance between what you repeat internally and what unfolds externally. If you hold on to anxiety, your mind will seek evidence of threat. If you hold on to calm, your mind will see paths forward. If you hold on to lack, your attention will fixate on what's missing. If you hold on to sufficiency, your attention will find options. It's not about denying problems. It's about deciding which state will be the foundation of your day. Emotional discipline isn't about always being up. It's about not habitually staying down. There's a common mistake people make when trying to express themselves. They confuse emotion with intensity. They force themselves to feel artificial enthusiasm, as if volume were power. But forced enthusiasm wears off and leaves a void. The emotion that consistently attracts others is usually simpler and more stable. Quiet certainty, understated gratitude, silent security, openness without urgency. It's an emotion that doesn't beg, doesn't run, doesn't defend itself. That emotion isn't born from a pretty phrase. It's born from practice. There once was someone we'll call the tuner. He wasn't a musician, but he understood inner harmony. His job was to help others identify the dominant note they were living with. People came to him seeking quick fixes. They wanted money without stress, love without fear, opportunities without delay. The tuner didn't dismiss these desires, but he looked deeper. He knew that many asked for one thing with their mouths and practiced another in their hearts. One day, a person arrived who introduced himself as the Maker. He had ability, ideas, and willpower. He worked hard. He planned. He studied. But he felt as if he were pushing against a heavy door that wouldn't budge. "I'm doing everything," he said, "and it still won't open." The tuner observed him calmly. He didn't ask how many hours he worked. He didn't ask what techniques he used. He asked something that struck the Maker as odd. "With what emotion do you do all this?" The Maker answered quickly, "With determination." The tuner shook his head gently. "That's a mask. What's underneath?" The Maker remained silent, and in that silence, the truth emerged. With pressure, with fear of falling behind, with urgency. The tuner nodded, like someone who has located the source of a noise. "So you're not practicing determination, you're practicing urgency," he said. "And urgency attracts more urgency. Urgency creates reactive decisions. Urgency makes you see everything as late. Urgency makes money feel like a ransom and love feel like a test." The doer tensed. He wanted to defend himself. "But if I don't hurry, I don't get anywhere." The tuner didn't argue. He just gave a simple demonstration. He took a glass of water and swirled it. "Look," he said, "when I swirl, the water fills with movement. It seems active, but you don't see clearly. If I want to see the bottom, I don't need more agitation. I need stillness." He placed the glass on the table. "Your agitated mind is like this glass. It's not a lack of effort. It's too much noise." The doer understood with his body. His life was full of movement, but little clarity. The tuner led him to an immediate exercise. He asked him to close his eyes and think about money, love, the future, everything he desired. The doer did so, and his body reacted. A knot in his stomach, rapid breathing. The tuner stopped him. "Don't try to change the future. Change the signal." He asked him to breathe more slowly, like someone returning to their own center. Then he said, "Now, choose a base emotion. Not a high emotion, a sustainable emotion. Choose calm." The doer tried, but calm didn't appear. The tuner wasn't surprised. "That's normal," he said. "If you've never practiced calm, calm will seem strange to you. It's not that you can't do it, it's that your system isn't used to it." Then the tuner told him a short, unadorned story to make the idea clear. A gatekeeper guarded a door. Many came and banged on it loudly. Some shouted, others cried, others made promises. The door didn't respond to the banging. It responded to the key. One day someone came who didn't bang. He breathed, reached in his pocket, and used his key. The door opened. The others were upset. They said it was unfair. The gatekeeper replied, "The door doesn't reward intensity. The door responds to the right tool." The tuner looked at the Maker. "Your tool is your state of being. Your key is your sustained emotion." The Maker asked which emotion was right for attracting money and love. The tuner avoided magic formulas. "There is no single emotion," he said, "but there is a rule of thumb. The emotion must be compatible with the life you desire." Then he got specific. If you want financial stability, your base emotion cannot be chaos. It must be inner order. If you want healthy love, your base emotion cannot be vigilance. It must be presence. If you want opportunities, your base emotion cannot be cynicism. It must be openness. The maker listened like someone discovering they were using the wrong instrument. The tuner explained something crucial. Your core emotion reveals itself in neutral moments, not extreme ones. On an ordinary day, when nothing major is happening, what do you hold on to? Worry? Anxious anticipation? Comparison? Mistrust? That's your true signal. And life takes it as instruction. That's why conscious expression is trained in the ordinary. When checking a message, when walking, when making small decisions, when responding to a delay, when receiving good news without sabotaging it. The maker confessed his fear. If I let go of urgency, I feel I'll lose momentum. The tuner responded precisely. You won't lose momentum. You'll change the fuel. Urgency burns. Calm sustains. And he added, calm isn't passivity. Calm is a state from which you choose clearly. When you choose clearly, your actions become more effective. When your actions are effective, the result comes with less friction. To ensure the change didn't remain merely theoretical, the tuner gave him a short, unpretentious visualization exercise. Every morning, he said, before starting your day, close your eyes for a minute. Imagine a simple scene where your life is already better, but don't focus on the object. Focus on your state of being. Imagine yourself calmly replying to an email, managing money systematically, speaking with someone you love with presence, making a decision without rushing. Let the scene be every day. The mind learns best from the everyday. The doer wanted more time, more complexity. The tuner refused. You don't need more time. You need more honesty. A real minute is worth more than a distracted hour. Then he gave her an equally brief, evidence-focused journaling exercise. At night, he said, write 3 lines. In the first, name your baseline emotion for the day. In the second, write about a time that emotion guided a decision. In the third, choose which emotion you will practice tomorrow as a cue. The tuner didn't ask for lengthy confessions. He asked for direction. If you don't choose your emotion, your habit will, he explained. And habit rarely chooses what expands you. Finally, he gave her a simple affirmation. Don't use it to mask anxiety, he cautioned. Use it to find your way back when you're lost. The phrase was, I choose calm and direction. Another alternative, if the doer felt ready, was more specific. My emotions are stable. My decisions are clear. These weren't phrases to impress. They were phrases to train with. The maker returned to his life and, as expected, he didn't transform overnight. But he did notice something immediately. The urgency appeared like a reflex, and for the first time, he could see it without obeying it. He discovered he could do the same thing he had done in front of the window during the first training session. Leave and come back. When his mind raced, he returned. When his chest tightened, he relaxed. When he wanted to rush out of fear, he breathed and calmly chose the next step. And something curious happened. As the noise subsided, solutions he hadn't seen before appeared. Not because the world suddenly changed, but because his mind stopped fighting with shadows. Over time. The creator noticed that money responded better when he responded better. He made calls less urgently, negotiated more firmly, and managed his finances more efficiently. Something similar happened in his love life. He stopped seeking constant reassurance, began to be present, and listened without anticipating abandonment. The underlying emotion that sustained him became a habitable place, not a battlefield. And when your inner world ceases to be a battleground, your outer world stops reflecting war. Now look at your own signal honestly. Don't point to it to punish yourself. Point to it to train it. Emotion isn't a future reward. It's a present-day decision. If you want to consciously manifest, choose an emotion compatible with your vision and practice it as a discipline, not a whim. 1 minute of visualization to establish a state. 3 lines of writing to gauge the signal. A sober affirmation to return. Life listens to what you hold, not what you declare. And when your emotion becomes stable, your reality begins to reorganize itself with a natural obedience, as if you've finally spoken its language. Chapter 5. Money. As the answer to your inner command. Money is not merely a medium of exchange. In human experience, money acts as an amplifier. It amplifies what is already present in your state. If there is calm, the calm expands. If there is disorder, the disorder multiplies. This is why some people receive more and, instead of feeling free, feel persecuted. And others receive the same amount and feel supported. It is not the quantity that determines the effect, but the internal order with which you hold it. When you understand this, you stop treating money as a capricious enemy or a savior, and you begin to treat it as a natural consequence of your disciplined identity. There's a common fantasy masquerading as spirituality. The idea that money comes when you let go. Letting go, in reality, doesn't mean abandoning. It means letting go of tension. It means letting go of physical pleading. You can release tension and still maintain commitment. You can stop chasing and keep moving forward. Discipline isn't the opposite of receptivity. It prepares you for it. Money, when it comes to a prepared system, becomes a tool. When it comes to an unprepared system, it becomes a test. And conscious manifestation doesn't seek tests. It seeks consistency. Many people desire money for different reasons. Some want it for security, others for freedom, others for pleasure, others for reparation. No reason is inherently wrong. The problem arises when the desire stems from a wound that people refuse to acknowledge. Then money becomes a substitute for identity. Instead of being a resource, it becomes a constant judgment. If I have it, I'm valuable. If I don't have it, I'm worthless. This logic turns life into an unstable balance. One day you feel capable, the next you feel insignificant. And the universe, which responds to what you believe, reflects this oscillation with scenarios that push you from one side to the other. Financial discipline, from this perspective, is not just about learning to manage. It's about learning not to depend emotionally on the outcome to feel worthy. There was once an archetype we'll call the guardian. He didn't guard hidden treasures, nor did he watch over iron gates. He guarded something more subtle. He guarded the way people entered their own abundance. Those who came to him believed they were seeking a number, an increase, an external leap. The guardian observed something else, the kind of person trying to receive, for he knew, with silent precision, that no one receives what they cannot hold without breaking inside. One morning the applicant arrived. He was intelligent, capable, and had good ideas. His plans were sound, his intentions genuine, but his energy was erratic. Sometimes he worked diligently, other times he shut down completely. Sometimes he vowed order, other times he was driven by impulses. He approached the custodian and said, "I want a steady income. I want to stop feeling like I'm always starting from scratch." The custodian didn't ask how much he wanted. He asked how he lived. The applicant grew impatient. "I live as best I can," he said. The custodian looked at him like someone looking at a table covered in scattered papers and, without judgment, simply acknowledged the cause. "Then you will receive as you can," he replied. The applicant felt a little irritated. He thought he was being misunderstood. The custodian walked over to an empty table, placed a bowl on it, and said, "Imagine this bowl is your capacity to hold money. Not your capacity to earn it, your capacity to hold it. If the bowl has cracks, the water will leak out. You can bring more water, yes, but it will still leak out. The question isn't how much water you can bring. The question is whether your bowl is ready." The applicant wanted to say yes, that he was ready, that he deserved it, that he needed it. The custodian lifted a finger, not to silence him harshly, but to invite him to look. "Show me your cracks," said the custodian. The first crack appeared quickly. The applicant admitted that when he had a little extra, he rushed to spend it as if afraid of losing it. He didn't do it for genuine enjoyment. He did it out of urgency, out of a feeling that money, if left untouched, would bring something bad. The custodian didn't ridicule him. He simply named what it was: a pattern of lack disguised as decisiveness. The second crack appeared later. The applicant confessed that he avoided looking at his numbers, not for lack of ability, but out of discomfort. "It gives me anxiety," he said. The custodian nodded. "And when you avoid looking, money doesn't find direction. Energy without direction scatters." The third crack was deeper. The applicant realized that, deep down, he felt that stability wasn't for him, as if life always had to be a struggle to have meaning. The custodian listened to everything, and instead of giving a long lecture, offered a concise statement. "Your future finances need your orderly self, not your desperate self." The applicant asked what orderly meant. The custodian replied without unnecessary embellishment, "Orderly is someone who observes without running away, decides without haste, receives without guilt, and acts with consistency." Then he added something essential. "The universe doesn't punish. It only reflects. If you treat yourself with chaos, you will attract chaotic scenarios. If you treat yourself with order, you will attract orderly paths." For the applicant, this idea was unsettling because it removed an excuse. He could no longer blame solely his surroundings, his luck, or a lack of opportunities. He had to assume authority, the authority of his daily practice. The custodian then led him through a brief concrete training session so that he wouldn't hide behind theories. First, he asked him to close his eyes and do a 1-minute visualization. "Don't imagine luxury," he said. "Imagine order." In that scene, the applicant saw himself opening his financial records without tension, calmly reviewing income and expenses, making a sound decision, and feeling a quiet security. The custodian insisted, "The emotion you're looking for here isn't euphoria. It's stability. If your visualization makes you feel rushed, you're practicing urgency. Practice stability." The applicant noticed that his body wanted to run even in his imagination. That was the revelation. His system didn't know how to be still with something good. The custodian had him repeat the scene, but simpler, more normal, until calmness appeared as something possible. Then came the journaling, just as understated. The custodian handed him a sheet of paper and asked him to write a few lines without any drama. He told him to answer 3 questions honestly. What do I do with money when it comes in? What do I avoid looking at? What small action would demonstrate today that I am a stable person? The applicant was surprised because the topic wasn't attracting numbers, but rather attracting character. And that was the point. Money doesn't just come to those who desire it, it stays with those who hold on to it. The Guardian also touched on a topic many avoid out of shame: money and deservingness. The applicant confessed that sometimes When he was well paid, he felt guilty, as if he were taking something from someone, or he felt he had to justify himself by claiming exhaustion. The guardian looked at him with gentle firmness. If you believe you can only receive when you suffer, you will attract jobs that drain you. If you believe receiving is guaranteed, you will attract cleaner opportunities. The law of attraction in this area doesn't respond to the I deserve mentality. It responds to your actual capacity to receive without turning it into a punishment. Here the custodian taught him something practical. Money responds to clarity. If your boundaries are unclear, your prices are unclear. If your inner value is unstable, your income becomes unstable. If your energy is divided, your output is divided. It's not about becoming rigid. It's about becoming clear. Clarity is a silent magnet because it reduces friction. And when you reduce friction, life flows with less resistance. The applicant asked how to maintain clarity when the environment is pressuring. The custodian responded with a simple image. If a river is murky, you don't clear it by stirring it. You clear it by letting it settle. He explained that when making financial decisions, haste almost always comes at a hidden price. Your discipline, he said, is learning to pause before acting from a place of lack. That pause is a form of focus. It's the same skill as returning. You go against the impulse, you return to your center, you choose from a place of identity. Before dismissing him, the custodian gave him a short affirmation to use as a comeback, not as makeup. Say this when you're about to act from anxiety, he said. Not to deny your emotion, but to guide it. The phrase was, I choose order, and order sustains me. It wasn't a grand statement. It was an instruction to the system. The applicant repeated the phrase quietly and noticed his chest loosen just a little. That just a little was enough. Conscious manifestation doesn't require instant perfection. It requires constant direction. In the following days, the applicant began to notice subtle changes. Not because money was falling from the sky, but because his relationship with money ceased to be a drama. He looked at his numbers without running away, even though it made him uncomfortable at first. He made slower, but wiser decisions. He stopped spending impulsively. He began to set aside a portion to secure his future without feeling like he was depriving himself. And without realizing it, his sense of self began to stabilize. The money, which had previously come and gone like a nervous visitor, began to stay a little longer. This permanence wasn't a miracle. It was a consequence. There's something important to understand with maturity. Money doesn't respond well to either contempt or idolatry. If you despise it, you push it away. If you idolize it, you turn it into a cage. The most powerful position is disciplined neutrality. I respect it as a tool, I manage it with clarity, I receive it calmly. This stance creates a clean inner space, free of drama. And a clean inner space attracts clean opportunities because your decisions become more refined, your boundaries clearer, your focus more stable. Today, without making a scene, practice this. Do a 1-minute visualization where money exists in your life as stability, not as a bailout. Tonight, write a few lines about your true pattern of receiving. And when anxiety tries to take over, calmly repeat your affirmation and return to your command. The universe responds better to clarity than to desperation. And your clarity is built day by day with emotional discipline and small decisions that demonstrate who you are now. Chapter 6. The love you attract comes from your ability to stay love, doesn't come to complete you. It comes to reflect you. And that reflection doesn't always show what you want to see. It shows what you're holding on to as normal. That's why when someone says, The same thing always happens to me. They're not describing bad luck, they're describing a recurring pattern. The law of attraction, applied to love, doesn't reward neediness or punish the past. It simply arranges encounters that align with your dominant state, with your way of trusting, your way of asking, your way of withdrawing, your way of being present. If your inner self is constantly on alert, you'll attract relationships that force you to be vigilant. If your inner self is constantly lacking, you'll attract relationships that feel like a constant negotiation. If your inner self is filled with quiet dignity, you'll attract relationships where peace isn't confused with boredom, but with a sense of home. Many seek love with a hidden tension. They want the other person to guarantee them security. But security isn't negotiated with control. Security is cultivated. And here, a discipline emerges that almost no one practices consistently. The discipline of staying without losing yourself. Staying doesn't mean enduring what hurts you. Staying means supporting yourself while you're with someone. It means not abandoning your center when silence appears, when disagreement arises, when the other person's mystery emerges. When you lack this discipline, love becomes a storm of interpretations. A message is delayed and your mind invents abandonment. A glance changes and your body prepares for defense. A peaceful week and your system, accustomed to chaos, seeks out problems to feel alive. This pattern isn't your destiny. It's your current training. There's a common misconception, believing that expressing love is about attracting a person. That's the superficial approach. The mature approach is to attract a certain kind of connection. And to attract a certain kind of connection, you must become the kind of person who can sustain it. Not with perfection, but with consistency. A healthy connection requires presence, clear boundaries, open communication, and an inner permission to receive without suspicion. If you lack any of these elements, love may appear, but you'll find it difficult to recognize it as safe. You'll end up testing it, pushing it, or running away from it. Not because you're a bad person, but because your emotional identity hasn't yet learned to live in peace. There once was an archetype we'll call the bridge weaver. She didn't build stone bridges, but bridges between people. Those who sought her out said they wanted love, but they arrived with a hidden weapon: haste. They wanted immediate certainty, constant signs, guarantees. The bridge weaver listened without reproach, and with a serenity that didn't need to be imposed, always returned the same question, phrased in different ways. Are you capable of receiving without becoming tense? Because she knew something simple. Most people don't lose love for lack of beauty or luck. They lose it for an inability to maintain stability. One afternoon, the wanderer arrived. He wasn't worthless, he was restless. He'd had intense, dramatic relationships, full of brilliant beginnings and confusing endings. When he spoke, he said, "I want peace." But his eyes craved impact. He said he always attracted the same thing: distant people, ambiguous people, people who left him waiting. The bridge weaver didn't tell him he deserved more, because that phrase, though it sounds good, can sometimes be numbing. Instead, she asked him to describe precisely the exact moment the relationship began to go awry. The wanderer thought for a moment and admitted, somewhat uncomfortably, "When I feel I care, I become demanding. And when I become demanding, the other person pulls away. Then I pursue more. And when I pursue more, I lose my dignity." The bridge weaver didn't humiliate him. She looked at him like someone observing a mechanism and understanding its logic. "You're not attracting distant people by chance," she said. "You're attracting an experience that matches your signal. Your signal isn't 'I want love.' Your signal is, I'm afraid of losing it, so I squeeze. Love doesn't thrive under pressure. It thrives under presence. The wanderer wanted to defend himself. He said that if he didn't squeeze, they would abandon him. That if he didn't persist, they would forget him. The bridge weaver didn't argue with his fear. She did something more useful. She showed him the cost of his strategy. Squeezing gives you an illusion of control, she said. But in reality, it takes away the only thing that attracts healthy love: your center. Then she asked him to recall the kind of love he said he desired. The wanderer described something clear: someone present, someone faithful, someone who chooses, someone who plays it safe. The bridge weaver nodded. Good, she said. Now tell me, what kind of person can sustain someone present without starting a fire? The wanderer remained silent, because the answer wasn't romantic. It was disciplined. A person who can sustain healthy love is someone who regulates themselves, someone who speaks clearly, someone who sets boundaries without punishing, someone who doesn't turn every doubt into judgment. The bridge weaver led him to see that his longing was genuine, but his habits were incompatible, not out of malice, through training. To make it visible, the bridge weaver placed 2 chairs facing each other. She asked the wanderer to sit down and imagine for a few seconds that in the other chair was the person he had loved most. Now imagine that this person is looking at you calmly, she said. They aren't abandoning you. They aren't testing you. They are simply here. The wanderer felt an immediate discomfort. His body, accustomed to tension, didn't know how to rest. The bridge weaver noticed. Here is your work, she said. It's not about finding love. It's about learning to remain in a love that doesn't trigger fear. The wanderer confessed something surprising. Calm seemed suspicious to him. Peace seemed like a prelude to loss. In his inner world, tranquility was dangerous because it meant that something is going to happen. The bridge weaver taught him a distinction that changes a person's emotional destiny. Intensity is not intimacy. Intensity is a peak. Intimacy is a home. Intensity can come from fear, persecution, uncertainty. Intimacy comes from presence, coherence, truth. If your system confuses intensity with love, she said, you will attract intense scenarios, not intimate ones. The wanderer understood why he kept repeating cycles. He wasn't looking for love, he was looking for sensation, and the sensation his body knew was alertness. The bridge weaver didn't ask him to stop feeling. She asked him to change his practice. She explained that the law of attraction responds to what you sustain with repetition, not to what you attempt once when you're inspired. If you practice distrust in your daily life, your gaze selects signs of distrust. If you practice presence, your gaze recognizes presence. Not because the world is perfect, but because your focus organizes your experience. The wanderer asked how to practice presence when fear arises strongly. The bridge weaver was precise. Don't try to eliminate fear. Try not to obey it. Discipline is not the absence of emotion. It is direction over your actions. Then she gave him a very brief training, designed to be realistic. She asked for a 1-minute visualization, but not of an idealized story. She asked him to imagine an everyday scene of healthy love. A simple conversation, a minor disagreement resolved respectfully, a shared silence without punishment, a delay that doesn't escalate into tragedy. In that scene, she said, I want you to feel an emotion. Quiet security, not euphoria, not dependence, security. The wanderer tried and felt resistance. His mind wanted to invent the problem. The bridge weaver gently stopped him. That's your habit, seeking its old home. Stay, breathe. make the safe familiar. Then he gave him a short writing exercise, not to write pages, but to capture the mechanism. He asked him to note 3 things each night: when his old cue appeared, what he did, when it appeared, and what his disciplined self would have done. No talking points, just facts. If you don't see your pattern, he said, you'll call it fate. If you see it, you train it. The wanderer understood that journaling wasn't endless therapy, but measured practice. And what gets measured gets improved. Then came the part he dreaded most: the affirmation. He had used affirmations before, like someone trying to patch a crack with paint. The bridge weaver was clear. An affirmation is useless if you say it desperately. It works if you say it as a return. She gave him a sober phrase: I remain in my center. Another for moments of activation: I choose presence over pressure. These weren't magic phrases. They were instructions for the body. The discipline of love, in its simplest form, is this: when you feel the temptation to push, return. When you feel the temptation to test, return. When you feel the temptation to run away, return. Return to your center, and from there, decide. Over time, the wanderer noticed changes that didn't seem like miracles, but were more valuable because they were real. He began to respond, not react. When a message was delayed, he took a breath and continued with his day. When a doubt arose, he communicated it clearly, without accusing. When he felt fear, he acknowledged it and didn't turn it into a demand. He didn't become cold, he became stable. And that stability became his new hallmark. Here's the point you need to take seriously: the love you desire doesn't depend solely on who appears, but on who you are when they appear. If you become someone who can sustain presence, the universe has more ways to deliver a present connection to you. If you become someone who receives without question, the universe has more ways to deliver a love that stays. This isn't romanticizing life. It's understanding the mechanics. Your dominant emotion and your repeated focus create compatibility. Today, without dramatizing, practice. Do a 1-minute visualization where love feels safe and your body doesn't react defensively. Tonight, write 3 lines about your true signal when you care about someone: what you do, what you say, what you imagine. And when you notice the old urgency, calmly repeat your affirmation and return to your center. You don't need to chase love. You need to become a place where healthy love can stay without paying the price of your anxiety. When your presence becomes stable, your life stops attracting trials and starts attracting true companionship. Chapter 7. The action that confirms. Your new reality, conscious manifestation, isn't completed in the mind. It begins there, yes, but it's confirmed by your decisions. The universe responds to your focus and your emotions, but your life responds to your actions. And your actions aren't just external movements, they're silent vows. Every time you choose from your old self, you pledge allegiance to the old. Every time you choose from your new self, you give form to the new. That's why many people visualize in detail and affirm with faith, but live as if nothing has changed. It's not a lack of power, it's a lack of confirmation. There, waiting for external proof to act, when in reality, external proof comes more easily when your behavior is already aligned. Let's be clear, the law of attraction is not an excuse for passivity, nor is it a race against time. It's a balance between inner direction and consistent action. If your inner voice says, I am stable, but your schedule is full of impulses, your message is contradictory. If your inner voice says, I deserve, but your behavior keeps asking for permission, your message weakens. If your inner voice says, I am love, but your actions punish, your message breaks down. The discipline you need isn't about doing more things, it's about consistently doing the right thing. Right action is what confirms your state and your identity, even when you don't yet see complete results. There's a kind of waiting that seems spiritual, but it's really just fear in disguise. It's the waiting of someone who says, "When the universe shows me, then I'll move." That phrase sounds humble, but it's an elegant way of avoiding risk. Conscious manifestation, on the other hand, is the practical courage to move as if you already are who you want to be. Not to pretend, but to train. Not to impress, but to establish a new normal. What you do in the small things speaks to the universe in a clear language. It tells it which version of you is taking the lead. There was once an archetype we'll call the sealer, not because he closed doors, but because he sealed decisions in reality. Those who sought him wanted signs, confirmations, guarantees. He listened patiently, but always returned to the same point. The strongest sign isn't an external message, it's your repeated behavior. One day, someone arrived whom we'll call the seeker. She had vision, she had sensitivity, and she had a mind capable of precise imagination. She could see her future clearly, but her present felt stagnant. She said she was tired of feeling close and yet still far away. She said she had read, she had practiced, she had changed her inner language, but the world still hadn't responded. The sealer looked at her without judgment and asked her to describe her typical day. The seeker spoke of irregular routines, of decisions made under pressure, of habits that were started and then abandoned. She spoke of moments of inspiration and long hours of doubt. As she spoke, the sealer didn't question her techniques. He simply listened to his pattern. Finally, he told her something simple. Your mind is building a bridge, but your feet aren't crossing it. The seeker was inwardly offended. She felt misunderstood. I do get things done, she replied. The sealer nodded. Yes, you do things, but tell me, do you do things from your new identity or from your old sense of urgency? That question stopped her in her tracks, because deep down she knew the answer. When an opportunity arose, she rushed in anxiously, as if it were her last. When a delay appeared, she deflated as if it were a rejection. When an important choice arose, she sought approval, as if she had no right to decide. The seeker practiced spirituality, but her daily behavior still followed the old version of herself. And that old version, though she dreamed big, acted small. The sealer didn't blame her. He showed her a gesture. He took a sheet of paper and drew a straight line. This line is your vision, he said. Then he drew a broken line underneath. This line is your conduct. The seeker felt a mixture of shame and clarity. The sealer continued. The universe may nudge you with signs, but your life opens up when your lines align. The seeker asked how to achieve this without becoming rigid. The sealer responded with a sober thought. It's not about controlling everything. It's about choosing one small, daily act that affirms your new identity. Just one. But real. To help her understand, he told her a short story. An apprentice wanted to open a safe. He knocked on the door, talked to it, stared at it for hours, and complained about how hard it was. One day a guard came and handed him a small key. The apprentice looked at it and said, "It's too simple." The guard replied, "The safe doesn't understand your effort. It understands the key." The sealer looked at the seeker. Your key isn't an intense emotion. Your key is a consistent act, an act you repeat until your internal system recognizes it as normal. The seeker wanted an example. The sealer gave it to her precisely. If your vision includes financial stability, your daily act could be to organize your relationship with money for a few minutes, even if you don't feel like it. Not to punish yourself, but to demonstrate inner order. If your vision includes healthy love, your daily act could be an honest conversation with yourself, checking if you are acting from presence or from pressure, and correcting yourself in the moment. If your vision includes a strong sense of identity, your daily act could be keeping a small promise you made to yourself, even if no one knows about it. The seeker listened, and for the first time felt that the path was practical. But there was still an obstacle. She confessed, "If I take action without seeing results, I feel like I'm deceiving myself." The sealer calmly replied, "You're not deceiving yourself. You're training yourself. Consistent action isn't acting as if the result is already here. It's acting as if your identity is already here. The result comes later, because the result needs an inner place to reside." That statement revealed something essential to her. Action isn't used to force the universe. It's used to assert one's own authority. The sealer put her to an immediate test. He asked her to choose a concrete goal, not a grandiose one, but a meaningful one. The seeker chose financial stability. The sealer asked her, "If you were a stable person, what would you do today that your former self avoids?" She thought for a moment and answered honestly, "I would review my accounts without fear, and I would make a simple plan." The sealer nodded. "Good. That's your act of confirmation." The seeker wanted to turn it into a big project. The sealer stopped her. "Don't make it a spectacle. Keep it small, but sacred in its discipline. Greatness is born from small things repeated." Then they talked about the fear of making mistakes. The seeker said that sometimes she didn't act for fear of choosing the wrong thing. The sealer explained that indecision is also a choice, and it almost always favors the old identity. "Your new reality needs movement," he said. "Not chaotic movement, coherent movement." He taught her a simple rule. Coherent action feels clear even if it makes you nervous. Incoherent action feels urgent even if it brings momentary relief. The seeker recognized that difference in her body. Clarity with nervousness, urgency with relief. She understood that her system could learn to distinguish. Over time, the seeker began to notice something curious. When she performed her daily act of affirmation, her baseline emotions stabilized. Not because the world instantly changed, but because she stopped betraying herself. There is a quiet power in keeping a small promise. That power is called integrity. And integrity is magnetic because it orders your energy. When your energy is ordered, your focus becomes clearer. When your focus becomes clearer, your decisions become more effective. Thus, without drama, reality begins to respond more visibly. She also noticed something else. Consistent action reveals opportunities that previously went unnoticed. Not because the universe was hiding them, but because her attention was hijacked by doubt. By practicing a daily act, her mind stopped racing and began to see. And by seeing, she began to choose better. Conscious manifestation at this level is less like a miracle and more like architecture. You put one piece in place each day, and one day you realize there's a structure. Now it's up to you to bring it into your life. You don't need an endless to-do list. You need one act that serves as your signature. Choose one that represents your new identity. If your intention is money, choose an act of order. If your intention is love, choose an act of presence. If your intention is discipline, choose an act of compliance. Keep it small, but non-negotiable. Do it calmly, not with punishment. Your action isn't a plea. It's a silent declaration of who you are. To train yourself without complicating things, today do a brief visualization where you see yourself performing your daily task calmly, as something normal, without internal struggle. Don't focus on the end result. Focus on the identity that moves with coherence. Tonight, in your journal, write down what action you chose, whether you completed it, and what part of you tried to negotiate with the old identity. Be honest, without cruelty. And when the temptation arises to wait for another sign to act, repeat a sober affirmation. I confirm my vision with calm actions. Say it like someone returning to their center, not like someone trying to convince life. Reality doesn't unfold simply because you imagine it. It unfolds when your decisions align with your vision. Consistent action is the bridge between your inner world and your visible world. Cross that bridge every day, even if it's just a small step. The universe understands these steps, and when it sees consistency, it responds with paths forward. Chapter 8. The delay that fine-tunes your signal. There's a stage of conscious manifestation that almost no one celebrates because it lacks glamour. It's the interval, that space between your inner decision and the visible form that hasn't yet materialized. Many despair there and ruin it without realizing it. Not because the universe is slow, but because in the interval, your emotions are laid bare. In the initial desire, you might feel enthusiasm. In the final result, you might feel gratitude. But in between, the real training begins. What do you hold on to when there's still no evidence? That's where it's revealed whether your discipline is genuine or just impulsive. The impatient mind interprets the pause as rejection. The anxious mind interprets it as danger. The control-seeking mind interprets it as a signal to do more, speak more, check more, push harder. And, without realizing it, it changes the signal. It stops practicing trust and starts practicing vigilance. It stops practicing dignity and starts practicing persecution. It stops practicing order and starts practicing urgency. The law of attraction doesn't punish that reaction. It reflects it. If you hold on to a not yet feeling, reality gives you more not yet scenarios. Not out of cruelty, but for consistency. Life organizes itself around what you habitually do, even when you think you're just waiting. Compatibility is tested when there is no applause. If your desire is stable financial security, the interval tests whether your inner order is real or just a promise. If your desire is healthy love, the interval tests whether your presence is real or just empty rhetoric. If your desire is a strong identity, the interval tests whether you can stand firm when your environment doesn't confirm you. Some people confuse faith with waiting, but mature faith is not waiting. It is holding on to a clear sign while acting consistently, without turning each day into a final judgment. There was once an archetype we'll call the measurer. He didn't measure objects, he measured rhythms. People came to him with the same complaint disguised as a question. Why isn't it happening? The measurer didn't respond with dates, because he knew that a date might soothe the mind and still not change the underlying signal. Instead, he observed the person for a few minutes and almost always found the same thing. The underlying emotion was battling with the desire. They asked for calm, but practiced haste. They asked for stability, but practiced chaos. They asked for love, but practiced defensiveness. One afternoon, the booster arrived. He was someone who could start strong, but struggled to maintain momentum. He visualized intensely, wrote affirmations, planned changes, but by the third day, if he didn't see anything visible, his system would kick in. He'd start looking for signs everywhere, in messages, in silences, in the slightest movements of the world. He became adept at interpreting, but poor at sustaining. He said, I'm doing the right thing. Why isn't it changing? The measurer looked at him with that calm that doesn't take offense. Because you're training the wrong muscle, he replied. The impulse didn't understand. He defended himself by saying he had done everything. He had asked, he had imagined, he had repeated phrases. The measurer let him finish and then said, "You've trained the start. You haven't trained the interval." The impulse frowned. The measurer took a rope and held it in his hands. He didn't do anything spectacular. He just held it. "See this," he said. "Most people pull on the rope to check if it's taut, and by pulling, they loosen it. They want certainty, but they seek it with tension. Tension changes the outcome." The driver asked what that meant in his life. The meter was direct. Every time you check to confirm, you're declaring that you don't trust. Every time you push to accelerate, you're declaring that the natural pace isn't enough. Every time you despair, you're teaching your system that your peace depends on evidence, not discipline. Then your dominant signal becomes lack. The driver felt something akin to shame, but the meter didn't push him there. It led him to a more useful place, sober accountability. He asked him to describe a specific situation. The driver spoke about money. He said he wanted stability, but every week he looked at his situation with anguish and told himself, "Not yet." He spoke about love. He said he wanted a healthy relationship, but as soon as someone took too long to respond, his mind fabricated stories of rejection. He spoke about identity. He said he wanted discipline, but when a habit didn't produce immediate results, he abandoned it. The measurer listened and said something that hit home. Your problem isn't the delay. Your problem is what you do while you're delaying. Then he told him a simple, unadorned story. A sower planted a seed and the next day dug to see if it was growing. He found nothing visible and became frustrated. On the third day, he dug again. On the fifth day, again. With each check, he disrupted the process he claimed to want. Then he blamed the seed and the soil. One day, he grew tired of it and decided to do the one thing he had never done: stop digging and take care of the rhythm. He watered consistently, protected the land, and went on with his life. The seed grew. Not because the soil was different, but because the sower stopped anxiously sabotaging it. The measurer looked at the impulsor with gentle firmness. You are digging. The impulsor remained silent because he recognized it. His search for certainty was a form of control, and control was a form of fear. It wasn't dramatic fear, it was everyday fear, ingrained as a habit. The measurer taught him something that changes his relationship with the universe. Not all silence is a no. Often, silence is reorganization. Often, the pause is an adjustment of paths you don't see, but which you can facilitate if you hold the right signal. Conscious manifestation isn't about imposing a timetable on the world. It's about holding an inner direction with active patience. Active patience was the phrase the meter left him with. The impulsor asked what it meant. The meter replied, "It's acting consistently without demanding immediate proof. It's maintaining order even without applause. It's choosing presence even if the other person hasn't yet confirmed it. It's sustaining a compatible emotion without turning every day into an exam." Active patience isn't resignation, it's discipline. It doesn't extinguish desire, it stabilizes it. To ensure it wasn't just a concept, the metrician proposed a brief, almost invisible training session. He told him to start each day with a short visualization of himself navigating the interval with dignity. Not a scenario of final victory, but an ordinary scene. Himself calmly reviewing his work, managing without anxiety, conversing without chasing, coaching without negotiating. Don't visualize results, he said. Visualize behavior. Because behavior is what persists when there's no evidence. And what persists during the interval defines what comes next. Then he gave him a writing exercise that wouldn't fuel obsession. Tonight, he said, write 1 page, but with one rule. Don't use the phrase, "not yet." Instead, describe what you are building. Write what you are practicing, what you are fine-tuning, what you are choosing. The mind that repeats, "not yet," is programmed to wait. The mind that describes, "I am building," is programmed to sustain. The impulsor understood why his journaling sometimes made things worse. He used it as a complaint. The meter invited him to use it as direction. Finally, he gave him an affirmation, sober and useful for the delay. It wasn't a phrase to get excited about. It was a phrase to stabilize. Repeat this when you're caught by the urge to check, he said. My signal is steady. My rhythm is secure. The driver wanted something stronger, more dramatic. The meter shook his head with a patience that taught more than 1,000 speeches. Strength isn't what you shout. Strength is what you sustain. In the following days, the driver noticed something unsettling. His urge to check was automatic. It was like a mental itch. He wanted to verify, to measure, to be sure. At first, he failed. He checked anyway. He anxious anyway. But something changed. He began to notice more quickly. And that quicker was real progress. Instead of falling into the full spiral, he would stop halfway and return. He would tell himself his affirmation and release the urge. He would return to his task. He would return to his life. And with each return, his system learned that it could exist without constant evidence. That was true freedom. When she applied this to money, she stopped treating each week like a trial. She focused on order. Cleaner decisions, fewer impulses, more clarity. Not because she ignored reality, but because she stopped feeding the chaos with her attention. When she applied it to love, she stopped chasing fleeting signs and began to sustain presence. Direct communication, calm boundaries, less interpretation, more truth. Not because she became indifferent, but because she stopped confusing anxiety with interest. And when she applied it to her identity, she stopped abandoning habits because she didn't see immediate results. She began to value the unseen, the character that forms in the interval. There's a truth that deserves to be said without drama. If you don't learn to inhabit the interval, your life will become a succession of beginnings. You'll start strong, let go out of anxiety, start again, and call that cycle destiny. But it isn't destiny. It's a lack of practice in the less glamorous part of the process. The universe isn't impressed by your beginning. It responds to your consistency. And consistency is tested when the result is still unseen. Today, seriously practice active patience. Do your brief visualization focused on your behavior during the interval. In your writing, abandon the phrase, "not yet," and replace it with evidence of progress. And when the urge to revise arises, to calm yourself, repeat your affirmation, and return to your center. You're not waiting for a miracle. You're building normalcy. When your signal becomes stable, reality stops being delayed by internal friction. And then something happens that seems like magic, but is mechanical. What was an interval becomes an arrival. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you that if what you see here resonates with you, you'll find much more material to continue learning in the first link in the description. Chapter 9. The word you hold shapes your world. Your life listens to your language more than it listens to your plans. I'm not referring to the language you use to impress others, but to the language you use when you're alone. When you think unfiltered, when you're talking to yourself on the verge of a decision. That's where your true decree resides. Many people want to manifest, but they speak as if they've already lost. They say, yes, but let's see, I hope so, I'm sure not. And they believe those phrases are prudent. They aren't. They're scripts. And a repeated script becomes a structure. The law of attraction responds to emotion and focus, yes, but your language is the thread that ties them together. If your language contradicts itself, your signal becomes fragmented. If your language becomes clear, your signal becomes sharp. Some believe that words are merely sound. But a word is a mental direction, and a mental direction repeated becomes a habit. The word impossible is not a neutral description, it is a closure. The word still can be a bridge or a chain, depending on the emotion that accompanies it. The word deserve can be permission or a plea, depending on the stance from which it is spoken. That is why it is not enough to change phrases on the surface. It is about changing the inner intention with which you speak. When your words arise from urgency, they implore. When your words arise from discipline, they command. And the universe responds better to clarity than to dramatization. A common trap is using positive language to mask real language. Affirmations are repeated while simultaneously maintaining an internal dialogue of defeat. That's not conscious manifestation, it's noise. The word that creates isn't the prettiest, it's the most coherent. A coherent word doesn't shout, exaggerate, or promise miracles. A coherent word speaks the truth of your new identity, even if you're still developing it. That's why the language we need here isn't fanciful, it's sober. It's not, everything is perfect. It's, I choose to maintain my focus. It's not, I never doubt. It's, when I doubt, I return. It's not, I am rich right now, said with tension, but I act from order and deservingness, said calmly. The difference may seem small, but it's the difference between a disguise and a direction. There once was an archetype we'll call the carver. He didn't carve wood or stone, he carved phrases. People came to him with hearts full of desire and mouths full of contradiction. They said they wanted stability, but spoke as if life were an accident. They said they wanted love, but described love as a war. They said they wanted money, but described money as guilt or danger. The carver listened without mockery, because he knew that most people don't realize they live within their own words. One afternoon, the messenger arrived. She was quick, intelligent, and sensitive. She had a gift. She could see possibilities. Her problem was different. Every possibility she saw, she dismissed with a single phrase. She would say, "It could be," and instantly add, "But no." She would say, "I'd like to," and instantly add, "It's difficult." She would say, "I'm going to do it," and instantly add, "if nothing strange happens." She had grown accustomed to speaking this way to avoid disappointment. She believed these phrases protected her. In reality, they shrank her. The messenger sat across from the carver and asked him for a sign, a method, an answer. The carver didn't give her a method. He asked her a simple question. "What's the phrase you repeat most often when something good is coming?" The messenger laughed uncomfortably and answered without thinking, "I don't get my hopes up." The carver nodded, like someone finding the root of a plant. "That phrase doesn't protect you," he said. "It programs you." She tried to justify it. She said she had learned not to get her hopes up because life changes, because people disappoint, because sometimes things don't work out. The carver didn't argue with her story. He pointed out the mechanism. When you say, "I don't get my hopes up," your emotion fades. When your emotion fades, your focus becomes lukewarm. When your focus becomes lukewarm, your decisions lose their power. and then you confirm your phrase. Not because it's true, but because you practice it. The messenger remained silent. For the first time, she saw that his language wasn't commentary. It was instruction. The carver asked her to recount a recent example. She spoke of a money opportunity. She said something interesting had come up, but she hadn't acted decisively because she told herself, it's sure to be short-lived. She spoke of someone she liked, but she hadn't shown clear interest because she told herself, better not get attached. She spoke of a habit she wanted to maintain, but she gave it up after a few days because she told herself, I'm not consistent. The carver looked at her with firm calm. You're not describing your life. You're decreeing your identity. The messenger felt an inner resistance. So I have to lie to myself? She asked. The carver shook his head. You're not going to lie to yourself. You're going to carve a word that is true for your disciplined self. A word that isn't fantasy, but direction. The problem isn't that you see risks. The problem is that you turn risk into judgment. Then he did something unexpected. He asked her to write down 3 phrases she used when she felt afraid. The messenger wrote quickly. It's not going to work. I'm not enough. It's not going to last. The carver didn't ask her to erase them. He asked her to look at them as if they were seeds. Each of these phrases, he said, is a seed. You decide whether you keep watering it. Then he asked her to carve 3 new phrases, but with one rule. They had to sound like someone practicing discipline, not someone seeking comfort. The messenger tried grand phrases, but the tension was evident. The carver stopped her. If your body doesn't create the phrase, don't use it. The creative word must be breathable. She breathed and wrote others. I hold my focus even when there is noise. I deserve to receive and hold calmly. I choose to remain in the good without sabotaging. The carver nodded. That's it, he said. It's not fantasy. It's behavior. To show her the difference, the carver told her a short story. An apprentice carried a seal. Every time he spoke, without knowing it, he stamped the seal upon the day. If he said, today will be difficult, the day became difficult. If he said, no one helps me, the world became indifferent to him. One day, he discovered the seal and was frightened. He wanted to stop speaking. The master told him, you don't need silence. You need awareness. Speak like one who seals carefully. The apprentice began to choose cleaner phrases. He didn't say, everything will be perfect. He said, I will do my part calmly. In time, his day began to resemble his seals. The carver looked at the messenger. You already have the seal. You have been using it. Now, you will use it consciously. The messenger asked how to sustain that change when the old emotion surfaced. The carver responded with practical discipline. It's not about avoiding falling into old phrases. It's about returning quickly. Your mind will say, it won't last. You respond with your carved phrase, I hold on calmly. Your mind will say, I'm not consistent. You respond, I practice consistency today. Your mind will say, surely not. You respond, I choose clarity and action. Don't argue with fear. Guide it. The messenger noticed something important. The carver wasn't asking for enthusiasm. He was asking for sober authority. Here's the part that interests you. Your language shouldn't be designed to convince the universe. It should be designed to train you. Words are the leash of your attention. If the leash is broken, your focus escapes. If the leash is firm, your focus returns. And your sustained focus orders your emotions. When you order emotions and focus, your decisions become consistent. And after all, when your decisions are consistent, Reality finds a way to materialize what was once only intention. The carver gave the messenger a brief training session for the next day. He asked her to visualize for 1 minute, not an end result, but a specific moment when she used to betray herself with words. Imagine an opportunity comes your way, he said, and your mind says, it won't last. In the visualization, you breathe and respond with your carved phrase. Then you act like that phrase, not as a pose, but as a behavior. The messenger did it. Resistance appeared in her body, but something new also emerged, a sense of firmness. That firmness was the beginning of a different identity. Then he suggested a short journaling exercise designed to be measurable. Tonight, he said, write down 3 phrases you used today when you felt small. Not to blame yourself, but to observe them. Then write down 3 phrases your more disciplined self would have used. And finally, write down 1 action, a concrete decision you will make tomorrow to honor the new phrase. With that, language ceased to be mere decoration. It became a tool. Finally, the carver gave him an affirmation, but asked him not to repeat it like an automatic chant. He asked him to use it as a return. The phrase was simple. My word is clear, and I stand by it. It had no drama. It had direction. When you get caught in an old phrase, he said, don't berate yourself. Just return. Returning is the most powerful act because it breaks the hypnosis of habit. The messenger left, and for a few days, the change seemed small. She still occasionally said old phrases, but they were no longer invisible. She began to listen to herself, and when she listened, she could choose. That was the real turning point. She stopped being a victim of her language and became its author. When an opportunity arose, instead of saying, I'm not getting my hopes up, she said, I'm staying focused. When a connection became real, instead of saying, I'd better not get attached, she said, I'm staying centered. When a habit required consistency, instead of saying, that's not who I am, she said, I'm practicing this today. And by practicing it, her behavior changed. And by changing her behavior, her reality changed over time. Like a path changes when you stop walking in circles. Take this as discipline, not motivation. Today, listen to your own language. Not the language you use with others, but the language you use with yourself. Identify a phrase that diminishes you and reshape it into a sober, breathable form, compatible with the life you want. Tomorrow, in a minute of visualization, imagine the moment you usually stumble and calmly rehearse your return. Tonight, write down your old phrases and your new ones, and choose an action that demonstrates the new one. And when your mind tries to pull you into an old script, repeat your affirmation without tension. It's not about speaking beautifully. It's about speaking with inner authority. Because your words, sustained with discipline, end up becoming the silent mold of your days. Chapter 10. The internal image that doesn't negotiate. There's a force that almost no one consciously trains because it seems invisible, your inner image. It's not decorative imagination, nor a fantasy to feel better. It's how you perceive yourself when you're not performing for anyone else. That image is a mold, and a mold, even if no one sees it, defines which emotions come naturally to you, which decisions seem possible, and which results you can sustain without sabotaging yourself. Many people try to manifest by changing goals, changing techniques, changing affirmations, but they keep their same old inner image intact. The person who's always late, the person who can't, the person who has to strive to deserve, the person who isn't chosen, the person who seems to lose money. The law of attraction doesn't respond to the mask you wear when you're motivated. It responds to the silent identity you practice when you're alone. Your inner image isn't an idea. It's a habit of perception. It's the filter that decides what you interpret as a sign, what you call an opportunity, and what you call a threat. If your inner image is small, your world is filled with limitations. If your inner image is dignified, your world is filled with paths. Not because the world changes through blind obedience, but because your focus stops being wasted defending the old. The discipline here is delicate. It's not about lying to yourself. It's about ceasing to look at yourself with the same automatic judgment. Your inner image doesn't need constant praise. It needs useful truth. And useful truth is this: you can train yourself to see yourself as the person who holds on to what they desire, without needing to demonstrate it dramatically. There was once an archetype we'll call the sculptor. She didn't work with marble or metal. She worked with perception. People came to her with phrases like, "I want to change," or "I want to manifest." And she heard a deeper layer. "I want to see myself differently, without feeling like an imposter." The sculptor didn't offer quick fixes. She offered a sober task: re-educating one's inner vision. One day, the bearer arrived. He was called that because he carried many things: responsibility, haste, comparison, and an old history of inadequacy. He didn't present himself as a victim. He even seemed strong. But inside, a phrase silently governed him: "I'm not the kind of person who's good at this." That phrase wasn't a fleeting thought. It was his inner image. The bearer told the sculptor that he wanted a stable income, that he wanted real love, that he wanted discipline, that he wanted a more expansive life. He said it clearly, but his body didn't express it the same way. There was a tension in his throat, a hardness in his chest, as if the desire had to be justified. The sculptor let him speak until his words ran dry. Then she asked something that made him uncomfortable. "When you imagine you already have it, how do you see yourself?" The bearer answered with the right words, but the sculptor didn't just hear words. She asked him to close his eyes and check. The bearer did, and immediately an internal scene appeared. Him with more money, more peace, more love. However, in that scene, he didn't feel at home. He felt as if he were occupying a place that wasn't his. His internal image was still that of the one who doesn't belong. The sculptor opened her eyes and said gently but firmly, "Your desire is high, but your internal image is still keeping you at the door." The bearer defended himself as anyone would when a true point was raised. He said he was a realist, that he didn't want to get his hopes up, that life is hard, that it's not good to expect too much. The sculptor didn't contradict him with motivation. She showed him a practical truth. What you call realism is a way of keeping your identity intact. I'm not judging you, I'm just pointing it out. As long as you keep seeing yourself as someone who doesn't belong, your dominant emotion will be vigilance. And vigilance attracts experiences where you should be vigilant. The bearer swallowed. He asked what he should do. The sculptor didn't give him a list. She gave him a tool. "We're going to carve an internal image that is breathable, not exaggerated, and that you can hold without tension." The sculptor led him to a simple room with a frameless mirror. It wasn't a mystical object. It was an ordinary mirror. "Look at yourself," she said. The bearer looked at his face, and, as often happens, his mind began to evaluate. Flaws, tiredness, signs of age, signs of stress. The sculptor stopped him immediately. "You're not looking at your face. You're looking at your story." The bearer didn't understand. She explained, "Your internal image isn't your face. It's the interpretation your mind projects onto you. Your mind doesn't see, it judges. And that judgment creates emotion. and that emotion creates behavior. The bearer felt exposed. He asked how one can look at oneself without judging. The sculptor replied, with discipline. The discipline of neutrality. Neutrality is not coldness. It is freedom. It is the ability to observe yourself without punishing or inflating your ego. The sculptor told him, for a few seconds, look at yourself as you would look at someone you respect, without exaggerating the good, without attacking the imperfect, just presence. The bearer tried it and noticed something new. By looking at himself without judgment, his body relaxed. It was a small sensation, but real. The sculptor smiled slightly. That relaxation is a sign. It means that your system can learn to hold a more dignified inner image without fighting. Then she did something that changed the conversation. She asked him to say, in a low voice, the phrase that governed him most. The bearer did. I don't belong. The sculptor nodded. Now, she said, we're not going to dismiss that phrase as if it never existed. We're going to replace it with a phrase that is trainable. The bearer tried a big phrase, but it sounded false in his body. The sculptor stopped him. If your body can't breathe it, it's no good. We're not looking for theater. We're looking for compatibility. Then she proposed a sober phrase. I learn to belong to the good. The bearer repeated that phrase and felt less resistance. The sculptor added, this is inner imagery, not a pretty thought, but a posture that your system can sustain. The bearer asked what this had to do with money and love. The sculptor answered precisely. If your inner image is, I don't belong, money will feel borrowed, and you will spend it or lose it to get back to your familiar surroundings. If your inner image is, I don't belong, love will feel suspicious, and you will test it or leave before you feel seen. If your inner image is, I don't belong, discipline will feel like punishment, and you will quit when there are no quick results. Your external reality is the delayed echo of your inner image. The bearer understood why his progress fell apart just as it began to work. It wasn't bad luck. It was consistency with an old image. The sculptor didn't leave it at theory. She gave him a brief, life-integrated practice to train his inner image without obsession. She told him that every morning, for 1 minute, he would do a visualization that didn't seek things, but rather a way of being. Don't imagine yourself winning, she explained. Imagine yourself being. Imagine yourself on a normal day where you are already disciplined. You get up, choose your focus, respond calmly, make a clear decision about money. Speak with presence in an important conversation, and go about your day without needing constant reassurance. Keep it simple. Make it every day. Your mind learns faster when something new feels normal. The bearer wanted to add details, complicate it, make it perfect. The sculptor stopped him. The inner image is formed through repetition, not spectacle. She also asked her to do some short journaling, but with a criterion that avoids empty repetition. Concrete evidence of a fresh perspective. At night, she said, write a few lines answering this. How did I see myself today during the difficult moment? How would the person I want to be have seen me? What did I do that confirms this new perspective, even if it's minimal? The sculptor emphasized one point. Don't write to punish yourself. Write to train yourself. If you see yourself as a failure, you'll act like a failure. If you see yourself as a serious learner, you'll act like a serious learner. The difference changes your life. Finally, she gave her an affirmation, not as a talisman, but as a conscious reminder to use when the old image resurfaced. Say it when you notice judgment or comparison, she said, not to deny the emotion, but to choose your stance. The affirmation was simple. I stand with dignity and focus. It wasn't grandiose. It was usable. It was a phrase she could use on an ordinary day, during a stressful week, in an awkward conversation, or when making a financial decision. The bearer left, and as with any real training, at first he encountered resistance. His mind kept trying to revert to its old image. I don't belong. I'm not consistent. It won't last. But now he had something he hadn't had before: awareness of the gaze. He began to notice that before sabotaging an opportunity, his mind had already chosen a small, internal image. When he noticed this, he made the most important gesture of all. He returned. He returned to the trainable phrase. He returned to the dignified posture. He returned to neutrality. He didn't always win, but each return was a brick. And with bricks, an identity is built. As the days passed, something began to change organically. The bearer stopped speaking and acting like someone who asks for permission. When offered fair compensation, he accepted it without apology. When silence arose in an intimate conversation, he didn't automatically perceive it as a threat. When a habit wasn't yet yielding visible results, he didn't interpret it as failure, but as a period of development. He didn't become perfect. He became consistent. And consistency is a high form of deserving. It's saying to life, I can sustain. Your inner self-image doesn't change when you win something. It changes when you see yourself differently, even before you win. That's the right order, because if you wait for results to see yourself as worthy, you'll always depend on external evidence. On the other hand, when you cultivate a more solid inner perspective, your emotions stabilize, your focus clears, your behavior aligns, and reality begins to respond more easily. Not because the universe is a servant, but because you stopped sending out contradictory signals. Today, practice this without drama. In your visualization minute, don't look for fireworks, look for stance. In your nightly writing, don't look for confession, look for evidence. And when the old self tries to hijack you with judgment, calmly repeat your affirmation and return. Your most powerful manifestation isn't what you ask for. It's who you become by holding on to what you ask for. When your inner self stops settling for less, your life stops offering you smaller versions of your desires. Chapter 11. The sober gratitude that opens space. Gratitude has been used so superficially that many mistake it for a forced smile. They say, thank you out of habit, repeat sweet phrases, try to feel uplifted even though they're tense inside. And then they conclude that gratitude doesn't work. It's not that it doesn't work, it's that it wasn't gratitude at all. It was just window dressing. True gratitude isn't a social gesture or an inflated emotion. It's an inner stance that acknowledges what is already alive, and by acknowledging it, makes it more stable. It's not about settling. It's about ceasing to fight the present while you train for the future. The law of attraction responds to what you hold on to. Sober gratitude is a way of holding on to without begging. There's a reason this topic is so crucial to money, love, discipline, and deservingness. When gratitude is lacking, your system operates from a place of scarcity, even if you achieve results. Scarcity has a very particular voice. It doesn't celebrate, it doesn't rest, it doesn't integrate. It's always looking at what's missing, what hasn't arrived, what could be lost. That gaze, repeated often, becomes the foundation of your life. You can manifest something, yes, but you'll experience it with vigilance. And what is experienced with vigilance tends to become fragile. Gratitude, on the other hand, isn't an emotion about deserving more. It's a way of receiving better. It's the act of telling your mind, here is evidence of life. Here is movement. Here is support. Here is a path. That simple decision shifts your focus, and your focus shifts your experience. Many seek gratitude for relief, but its true value lies in what it brings order. Sober gratitude brings order to your attention. When your attention is ordered, your emotions stop racing. When your emotions stop racing, your decisions become clearer. You don't need to be euphoric to attract. In fact, constant euphoria is difficult to sustain and ultimately leads to exhaustion. Sober gratitude is different. It's more like a quiet certainty, a clear perception. It's like turning on a dim light in a room. It makes no noise, but it changes what you can see. There was once an archetype we'll call the gatherer. People thought it was someone who collected things. It wasn't that. The gatherer collected signs of substance, small proofs that life was already responding, though not yet in the complete form one desired. Its presence was understated. It didn't promise miracles. It didn't sell enthusiasm. It simply trained a way of seeing. One afternoon, the protector arrived. She was disciplined on the surface, but inside she was tense. She made lists, maintained habits for periods of time, tried to manifest money intensely and love with desire. But everything felt like a race. The protector spoke with a demanding tone, as if she were negotiating with the universe from a place of exhaustion. "I'm doing my part," she said, "but I don't see anything. And if I don't see anything, it's hard for me to hold on to it." The collector didn't ask her what she had visualized, what affirmations she repeated, or how many techniques she knew. He asked her something that stilled her. What are you allowing yourself to recognize? The protector became annoyed. She said she couldn't be grateful for what she didn't have. She said that gratitude was lying to oneself. The collector looked at her patiently. "I'm not asking you to be grateful for a non-existent outcome," he replied. "I'm asking you to acknowledge what does exist because your mind is trained to ignore it. And what you ignore, you don't hold on to." The protector crossed her arms, as if protecting herself even from an idea. The collector continued. "Lack isn't a lack of things. Lack is a state that doesn't register support. And a state that doesn't register support attracts more scenarios where it seems that everything depends on your effort." The protector wanted to argue. She listed problems, delays, expenses, ambiguous people, lack of opportunities. The collector listened without denying anything. Then he pointed out a difference she wasn't seeing. "You're trained to register threats. That's why, when there's a small improvement, your mind doesn't register it. It discounts it. It says it's insignificant, that it doesn't matter, that it won't last. That's how you build a world where good things never arrive." The protector felt an internal jolt, not of pain, but of truth. Because she recognized her own voice. Every time something positive happened, her mind minimized it so as not to get her hopes up. She believed that was prudence. It was a protective habit. The collector didn't push her to be positive. He proposed an experiment. He asked her to recall a recent day when something went well for her. The protector hesitated. Her mind instinctively drifted to problems. Finally, she mentioned something small. She had received a message that opened up a job opportunity. The collector asked her to describe what she felt upon seeing it. The protector admitted that her first reaction was distrust. "It's bound to fall through." The collector nodded. "There it is," he said. "That short phrase is your sign. Your desire calls for expansion, but your emotion practices closure." The protector took a breath and asked what she should do without any drama. The collector said, "Learn to receive in small acts. Sober gratitude isn't practiced when everything is perfect. It's practiced when even the slightest progress appears and you choose not to destroy it with your words. Then he paused and added, "Gratitude is the discipline of receiving." Instead of lecturing her, the collector asked her to close her eyes for a moment. "Don't imagine the end," he instructed. "Imagine the exact moment you receive a small breakthrough and your mind tries to diminish it. Visualize yourself there, and instead of saying, 'It won't last,' say, 'This counts.' Feel how your body changes when you decide it counts." The protector did so and was surprised. Upon uttering that internal phrase, her chest softened. She didn't become euphoric. She became more stable. The collector smiled, slightly. That's it. Not high emotion, sustained emotion. Then the gatherer told her a short story without symbols to help the idea sink in. A person was walking along carrying a bag with holes in it. Every time they received something useful, it fell out. Not because the world was unfair, but because the bag wasn't ready. They complained, "I always lose." One day, instead of asking for more things, they decided to sew the bag. Sewing was boring, repetitive, silent. But when they finished, whatever came stayed. Sober gratitude is a way of sewing. It registers, integrates, sustains. Lack opens holes. It minimizes, doubts, rushes, abandons. The gatherer looked at her calmly. Your life doesn't just need things to come, it needs things to stay. The protector asked what that had to do with money. The collector was direct. If you don't track your progress, your mind behaves as if you're always starting from scratch. And a mind that believes it's starting from scratch makes survival decisions. It spends out of anxiety, negotiates from fear, rejects opportunities out of mistrust, and pushes itself too hard to feel valued. That doesn't attract stability. It attracts cycles. The protector lowered her gaze. She understood why. Even when she was improving, she couldn't rest. She didn't know how to integrate. Then she asked about love. The collector didn't romanticize it. In love, lack does the same thing. It ignores what is there. It obsesses over what is missing. A kind gesture isn't registered. It's suspected. A quiet day isn't enjoyed. It's examined. And that vigilance is exhausting. Sober gratitude, on the other hand, allows you to see presence when there is presence, and to speak of absence when there is absence, without turning everything into a threat. The protector felt that someone, at last, was describing her inner world without condemning her. The collector asked her for something specific for that night, not a long list, not a ritual. Before going to sleep, he told her, write a few lines, not about what's missing, about what does matter. Choose 3 things that happen during the day that show movement, support, or consistency. They don't have to be huge. They can be small. The important thing is that your mind learns to register them as evidence. The protector asked if that wasn't self-deception. The collector replied, self-deception is ignoring the good to sustain your fear. Seeing the good doesn't negate the difficult. It balances it. He also gave her a phrase for moments of contraction. It wasn't a grand phrase. It was a sober key. This counts, and I stand by it. He explained that she shouldn't repeat it like someone trying to convince the universe, but like someone breaking an old habit in real time. When your mind minimizes, he said, you come back. When your mind rushes, you come back. When your mind says it won't last, you come back. That coming back isn't naivete, it's discipline. In the following days, the protector noticed something unsettling. Her mind was minimizing everything by reflex. A small income, it's not enough. A loving gesture, it's probably just temporary. A sustained habit, it doesn't matter. I'm not consistent yet. At first, she was irritated with herself, but she remembered the collector's key word, record. Instead of fighting with her mind, she began to record without dramatizing. And by recording, she began to sustain. The change was quiet. There wasn't a single day when everything suddenly clicked. There were moments. A moment when she received a work-related response and, instead of looking for fault, she breathed and thought to herself, "This counts." A moment when someone treated her with care and, instead of testing them, she let it be. A moment when she finished a promised task and, instead of rushing to the next one, acknowledged her own consistency. That acknowledgement didn't make her arrogant. It made her grounded. And groundedness, without noise, is magnetic. An important detail emerged. When the animal shelter allowed itself to record the positive aspects, its discipline stopped feeling like punishment. It was no longer doing things so that something will finally happen. It was building from evidence. And when you build from evidence, your underlying emotion changes. Not because the world is perfect, but because your system stops acting as if it's alone. The collector saw her again sometime later. He didn't find her euphoric. He found her clearer. She confessed something that surprised him. "When I register what matters, I have less need to chase." The collector nodded. "Because your system is no longer asking for ransom. It's inhabiting support." She asked him if that was all. The collector replied with a simple phrase, "Sober gratitude is the art of not missing what's already coming." That night, the protector returned to her notebook without solemnity. She wrote down 3 facts, not 3 wishes, not 3 fantasies, 3 pieces of evidence. Then she closed her eyes for a moment and saw herself calmly receiving the next step, without breaking it out of fear. And as she turned off the light, she said the phrase to herself as if settling into her own skin. "This matters, and I stand by it." She didn't need to promise herself a perfect life. It was enough for her to stop betraying the good when it appeared, because there, in that almost invisible gesture, she began to change the signal the universe hears. Chapter 12. The body as an oracle of coherence. There is one place where conscious manifestation reveals itself without words: the body. You can say the right words, repeat flawless affirmations, write goals in perfect handwriting, and yet your body may be saying something else. The body doesn't negotiate with appearances. It registers your true signal. It registers whether you feel safe or threatened, present or on the run, receiving or defending, trusting or guarding. That's why when someone says, "I believe," but their chest is tight, their jaw rigid, and their breathing shallow, the dominant signal isn't faith, it's tension. And sustained tension leads to tense decisions. The law of attraction responds to emotion and focus, but emotion doesn't live in a sentence. It lives in your physiology. Many have tried to control the mind as if it were a machine separate from the body. They force themselves to think positively while their internal system remains in survival mode. This creates a division: above, intention; below, alarm. This division isn't resolved with more mental strength. It's resolved with integration. When your body learns to feel safe in the direction you've chosen, your mind stops fighting. And when your mind stops fighting, your focus becomes clear. This is a silent discipline, training the body to be compatible with what you're attracting. Because a body that feels threatened will interpret any progress as a threat, and then it will unwittingly sabotage itself, seeking to return to the familiar. Some people are afraid to look at their bodies because they believe the body only speaks of illness or exhaustion. No, the body speaks volumes. It shows you where you betray yourself, where you harden, where you become agitated, where you give up. and at the same time, it shows you the way back. Conscious awareness isn't about denying what you feel. It's about learning to regulate yourself, to hold the emotion you've chosen as your home. It's not about always being calm. It's about being able to return to calm without drama, like someone who knows where their front door is. There was once an archetype we'll call the pulse tuner. He wasn't a doctor or a therapist. He was someone who observed how a person's energy became behavior, and how behavior became destiny. Those who visited him said they wanted to attract money, love, discipline, recognition. The pulse tuner didn't begin with desires. He began with the internal rhythm. He listened to the way people spoke, the way they breathed, the speed of their hands, the anxious gleam in their eyes. He could tell, in just a few minutes, whether the person was asking from a place of expansion or from a place of lack. Because lack has a particular rhythm. It hurries, it squeezes, it anticipates, it suspects. One afternoon, someone we'll call the strategist arrived. She had plans, ideas, periods of discipline, and a broad knowledge of techniques. Yet, her life felt like a chessboard, with a piece always missing. When she spoke of money, her voice tensed. When she spoke of love, her tone became defensive. When she spoke of habits, a mixture of demandingness and weariness emerged. She said she understood the law of attraction, knew the importance of focus and emotion, and practiced visualization and writing. So, she asked, why do I still feel like everything is resisting me? The pulse tuner didn't respond with lengthy explanations. He asked her to sit quietly for a few seconds. The strategist remained still, but her body did not. Her fingers moved as if counting tasks. Her breathing was short and shallow, as if the air wasn't reaching the bottom of her throat. The pulse tuner asked her calmly, "What are you doing right now?" She replied, "Nothing, I'm just here." He gently shook his head. "You're holding tension, and tension is a command. Your system is ordering defense." The strategist bristled. "It's normal," she said. "I have responsibilities." The pulse tuner didn't argue. He simply pointed out the cost. If your body is trained for defense, your mind will interpret reality as something to be controlled. And from control, manifestation becomes struggle. The strategist wanted to prove she could calm herself. She closed her eyes and tried to take deep breaths. But as she did, a strange discomfort arose, as if her body didn't trust calmness. The pulse tuner saw it and said something that disarmed her. "Your body doesn't know how to receive calm. Calm isn't home for you. It's unfamiliar territory." The strategist opened her eyes, surprised. She had never thought of it that way. She had pursued results, but she hadn't trained her system to sustain them without alarm. The pulse tuner proposed something simple, almost too simple for a strategic mind. "We're going to teach your body a new signal," he said, "not with intensity, but with repetition." He asked her to place one hand on her chest and the other on her abdomen. It wasn't a ritual. It was a point of contact. "Now," he instructed, "breathe, as if you want to convince your system that there is no war." The strategist tried, but her breathing remained rapid. The pulse tuner didn't impatiently correct her. "Don't force it," he said. "Just lengthen the exhalation a little. Do it several times." The strategist did. Something in her face changed, slightly. The pulse tuner noticed. "What you're feeling," he said, "is the beginning of a compatible signal. It's not high emotion, it's stability." Then he asked her to think, for a moment, about what she most strongly desired to manifest. The strategist thought of stable income. At that very moment, her body tensed. The pulse tuner asked her not to delve into a mental explanation, not to justify the contraction, but simply to observe it. Your body is saying a phrase, he explained, not with words, with tension. The phrase is usually something like, if I receive, something happens. The strategist felt that this phrase was too similar to her experience. When she received an improvement, she expected the blow. When someone approached, she expected the loss. When a habit began to work, she expected the exhaustion. So, said the pulse tuner, your job isn't to attract more. Your job is to allow your body to get used to the good without triggering an alarm. The strategist asked how that's done in real life, not in a silent room. He responded with an idea that seemed simple but was profound. First, you must recognize the exact moment your body activates. That's where your choice begins. If you don't recognize it, you react. If you recognize it, you can turn back. To demonstrate this, the pulse tuner asked her to recall a recent time when she was on the verge of moving forward, but didn't. The strategist remembered a job opportunity, a better paying offer. She said she saw it, but took too long to respond. The pulse tuner asked what she felt in her body at that moment. The strategist described it precisely. A knot in her stomach, heat in her face, shortness of breath. That, said the tuner, is not a lack of desire. It's an activated system. He soberly demonstrated the mechanism. When your system is activated, you seek relief. And quick relief is often avoidance. You avoid responding. You avoid getting paid. You avoid putting yourself out there. You avoid commitment. Not because you don't want to grow, but because your body believes that growth is dangerous. The strategist remained silent. It was uncomfortable to accept that her biggest obstacle wasn't external. The pulse tuner didn't push her to blame herself. He gave her a framework of discipline. We're going to create a bridge between your intention and your body. That bridge is built with short, repeated, and above all, realistic practices. The strategist heard the word realistic and felt relieved. She didn't want more promises. She wanted tools. He suggested a different visualization than the ones she usually did. Not a perfect movie with fireworks, but a specific scene where her body typically reacted. Close your eyes, he told her, and imagine you receive a message with an opportunity. Feel the initial surge of tension, and instead of giving into it, do what we just practiced. Lengthen your exhalation. Let your body relax. Then imagine responding calmly, not with euphoria, with clarity. The strategist did the exercise and noticed something revealing. When her body relaxed, her mind found better words. The rush disappeared. The doubt diminished. The new identity, that of someone who receives with composure, felt more attainable. The pulse tuner didn't let him just leave that experience alone. He asked him to make it a habit. When your body learns that it can remain calm in the face of good, you'll stop unintentionally sabotaging yourself. The strategist asked how long it would take. He replied without promising speed. It takes as long as it takes your system to trust. But trust doesn't come from thinking about it. It comes from repeating a return. She also suggested a form of journaling that avoided drama. Instead of writing pages about emotions, she should record internal data. She told her to note 3 observations at the end of the day. When her body became activated, what she did to regulate herself, and what decision she made afterward. The goal wasn't to narrate her life as tragedy or victory, but to train her awareness. Because when you know at what point you become activated, that point stops secretly controlling you. The strategist understood that her notebook could be a laboratory, not a confessional. The most delicate part came when they talked about love. The strategist admitted that when someone treated her well, she felt uncomfortable. Part of her wanted to get closer. Another part wanted to protect herself. The pulse tuner didn't blame her. He explained that the body learns from history and that sometimes it associates closeness with danger. If you want healthy love, he said, your body must learn to remain present without inventing threats. He asked her to imagine a calm conversation with someone who chooses her. In the image, her body tensed. The tuner asked her to do the same. Exhale more deeply. Relax her jaw. Feel the weight of her body in the chair. The strategist noticed a detail. When she relaxed her jaw, she also relaxed her interpretation. The fear subsided. The listening increased. Presence became possible. Then the pulse tuner gave her an affirmation, but not as a decorative phrase, as a somatic instruction. Say it when you feel tension, he told her, not to convince the universe, but to guide your system. The phrase was short and easy to breathe. I am safe as long as I maintain my focus. The strategist repeated it and felt it wasn't a lie. It was a decision. The pulse tuner added another, in case the first one didn't fit on certain days. I calmly returned to my center. The key wasn't which phrase sounded prettier, but which phrase the body could accept without resistance. Over time, the strategist noticed something organic. She stopped confusing tension with importance. Before, if something mattered to her, she would tense up. Now, when something mattered, she practiced taking a step back to make better choices. This change altered how she manifested money. She responded to opportunities without delaying out of fear, negotiated with a firmer voice, and made financial decisions based on order, not urgency. It also altered how she manifested love. She stopped seeing threats where there were none, spoke more honestly, and tolerated calm without suspicion. Her discipline became simpler and more consistent because it no longer depended on nervous impulses. It depended on the return. The pulse tuner didn't promise him that life would be linear. He told him something more useful. Life will trigger you sometimes. Your job isn't to avoid being triggered. Your job is to recognize it and return. That phrase stuck with him because it replaced the demand for perfection with the practice of sovereignty. Returning became his true power. When he returned, his signal was cleared. When his signal was cleared, reality found clearer paths to respond. The body, seen in this light, ceases to be an obstacle and becomes an ally. It is not a judge that punishes you. It is an instrument that informs you. If you feel tension today when you think about money, it doesn't mean that it's not for you. It means that there is a part of you that needs security to receive. If you feel contraction today when you think about love, it doesn't mean that it will always be difficult. It means that your system needs to learn to endure. Conscious manifestation becomes inevitable when your mind, your emotions, and your body stop sending opposing signals. At that point, you are no longer asking from above and fearing from below. You are living a single, complete, breathable truth. And that coherence, without the need for spectacle, is one of the forces most readily obeyed by life. Chapter 13. The limit that makes you non-negotiable. There is a kind of power that goes unannounced, yet is felt the moment you come into contact with it. It's not charisma, it's not strength, it's not intensity. It's a boundary. A clear boundary creates a field, and a clear field changes what comes near you, what stays and what dissolves on its own. Most people try to manifest money, love, and discipline as if they were objects attracted by desire, but they forget something fundamental. Nothing stable remains in a place without a container. The boundary is that container, not as a wall, but as a form. Without form, your energy overflows. With form, your energy is concentrated. and what is concentrated becomes magnetic. When someone says, "I don't know why this is happening to me," there's almost always a missing or unclear boundary behind it. A missing boundary doesn't always mean allowing abuse. Sometimes it means allowing yourself disorder, procrastination, endless bargaining. An unclear boundary isn't always with others. Often, it's with yourself. I'll start tomorrow, just this once, when I feel ready. That language sounds innocent, but it has a real effect. It teaches your system that your word doesn't carry weight. If your word doesn't carry weight, your identity becomes lightweight. And a lightweight identity attracts lightweight realities. Money that comes and goes, love that appears and fades, discipline that is born and dies. The universe responds to clarity. A boundary is applied clarity. Boundaries aren't about harshness. Harshness often stems from fear. Healthy boundaries come from a sense of deserving. They're an inner voice that says, yes, this, no, without needing much explanation. Boundaries aren't about punishment. They're about order. That's why when someone learns to set boundaries, it's not just their environment that changes. Their underlying emotions change. They stop living in a state of constant alert because they no longer need to monitor everything. They begin to live with purpose because their energy now has a direction. There was once an archetype we'll call the guardian of thresholds. She wasn't a guardian of physical doors. She was a guardian of decisions. People came to her seeking answers. How to attract more money, how to attract healthy love, how to maintain discipline. The guardian of thresholds listened to desires, but she looked at the structure. She knew that when a desire is repeated and the result isn't sustained, there's almost always a leak. And leaks are born from weak boundaries. One afternoon, someone arrived whom we'll call the conciliator. He was kind, intelligent, and had a genuine talent for understanding others. The problem was that this understanding had become constant permission. He allowed last-minute changes, draining conversations, projects that didn't pay fairly, and relationships that demanded a lot and gave little in return. He told himself he did it out of love, patience, and humanity. And some of that was true. But there was another reason too. He struggled to say no without feeling guilty. He was afraid of losing, afraid of disappointing, afraid of being seen as harsh. That's why his life had become a series of compromises. And when life is a series of compromises, manifestation becomes fragile. Because the universe gives you according to your standard, and your standard is revealed in what you tolerate. The conciliator told the guardian of thresholds that he wanted financial stability. He said he wanted to attract better opportunities. He said he was tired of feeling like he was walking a tightrope. The guardian didn't ask him about his vision. She asked him about his tolerance. "What do you accept today that contradicts what you say you want?" she asked. The conciliator wanted to answer with generalities, but she wouldn't accept vagueness. She brought him to the facts. She asked him how long it took him to respond to a client who asked for extra work without paying more. She asked him what he did when someone canceled disrespectfully. She asked him how much time he gave to conversations that left him empty. In every answer, the same invisible word appeared: permission. Then, the guardian of thresholds said something that unsettled him with its simplicity. If your energy is available for what doesn't honor you, it won't be available for what does uplift you. She didn't say it as a moral judgment. She said it as a matter of principle. Energy is finite. Focus is finite. Your day has a boundary. If you don't decide what crosses that boundary, someone else's urgency, someone else's demand, someone else's habit will decide. And then you wonder why your desire doesn't materialize. It doesn't materialize because your life is already occupied. Not with valuable things, but with things you tolerate. The conciliator defended himself with a familiar phrase, "I don't want to close myself off." The guardian of thresholds looked at him calmly and gently corrected him. A boundary doesn't close you off. It defines you. A door doesn't close forever. It opens with intention. Your problem isn't the opening. Your problem is the lack of discernment. That distinction changed him, because he had confused boundaries with coldness, and by confusing them, he had relinquished an essential tool for conscious manifestation. The threshold guardian invited him to view his relationship with money through that lens. "Money loves clarity," she said. "Clarity in your pricing, clarity in your agreements, clarity in your schedules, clarity in your value." The conciliator admitted that sometimes he charged less to avoid upsetting anyone. Sometimes he worked more to prove himself. Sometimes he accepted late payments to avoid confrontation. The threshold guardian pointed out the pattern. You're trying to attract stability with behavior that practices instability. It wasn't an accusation. It was a mirror. And when a mirror is accurate, it stings a little, but it's incredibly liberating. Then, they talked about love. The reconciler confessed that he also struggled to maintain boundaries in romantic relationships. He allowed minor indiscretions, prolonged silences, and ambiguities. He said he was patient, but inside, he was shrinking. The guardian of thresholds didn't encourage him to blame the other person. She told him, "When you don't set boundaries, you don't just allow certain behaviors. You teach your system that it must adapt to whatever hurts in order not to lose." The reconciler remained still, because that statement wasn't just about relationships, it was about his identity. He had learned to negotiate his peace to maintain the presence of others. And that negotiation, repeated, becomes a sign. Then the universe presents him with relationships that coincide with that sign. Relationships where he must negotiate his peace. The guardianship of thresholds brought him to the heart of the matter. Setting limits is an act of deserving. It's not ego. It's not superiority. It's telling yourself, my energy matters. And when your energy matters, your life unfolds differently. You begin to choose. And choosing is the most underrated muscle of manifestation. Many people want to attract, but they don't want to choose. They expect life to choose for them. And when life chooses for you, it chooses according to what you can tolerate, not according to what you dream of. To help the conciliator experience the boundary as a lived experience rather than a mere idea, the guardian of thresholds proposed a brief exercise within an imagined yet everyday scene. She asked him to close his eyes and visualize himself in a realistic moment. Someone asking him for something that encroaches on his time. Someone proposing an unfair agreement. Someone responding with indifference. In the image, his body began to tense up because his habit was to please. The guardian of thresholds told him not to fight this tension, but simply to breathe and choose a short phrase. Not a long explanation, she cautioned. A boundary is not justified. It is declared. In the visualization, he said, "I can't," and felt guilty. The guardian stopped him. That "I can't" sounds like weakness. Change it to "I don't choose," or "I don't accept." The difference seemed small, but it shifted his inner stance. "I don't accept" is not an excuse. It is a decision. The conciliator repeated the scene and said, "I do not accept," in a more steady voice. He noticed something. The guilt decreased when his statement was clear. The guilt increased when he justified it. Because justification feeds the idea that setting a boundary is a crime. The guardian of thresholds showed him that the more someone explains, the more they negotiate with themselves. And when you negotiate with yourself, your boundary becomes soft. A soft boundary doesn't create space, it creates confusion. Later, the guardian of thresholds asked her to write that very night, not pages, but decisions. She was asked to list 3 specific things she would no longer tolerate, not as a threat, but as a standard. They could be simple: respond to messages by a certain time, not accept changes without notice, get paid within a defined time frame, not engage in conversations that become humiliating, not insist where there is ambiguity. The important thing wasn't the perfect list, it was the act of naming. Because what isn't named becomes vague, and vagueness doesn't hold up. The reconciler, as he wrote, noticed his mind wanting to soften everything. He wanted to write boundaries as if they were apologies. I would prefer, if you can, when you have time. The guardian of thresholds taught him to speak from a non-aggressive standard. It showed him that firmness doesn't need harshness. Firmness is a straight line, he said. Hardness is a line with thorns. You can draw a straight line and still be human. In that process, the deepest fear surfaced. If I set boundaries, I'll be left alone. The guardian of thresholds didn't laugh. That fear is common. She answered it with an unvarnished truth. If you don't set boundaries, you're left with yourself, but empty. If you set boundaries, you might lose some presence, but you regain your presence. The reconciler was speechless, because he had lived surrounded by demands, but far from himself. And conscious manifestation, at its core, is about reclaiming one's own presence. Without one's own presence, there is no focus. Without focus, there is no discipline. Without discipline, desire becomes a vicious cycle. As the days passed, the conciliator began to experience something unexpected. At first, setting boundaries felt uncomfortable. His body would react. His mind would invent guilt. But by calmly maintaining the boundary, the guilt began to lose its power. And something else happened. Respect began to emerge. Not from everyone, but from the right people. Some people distanced themselves, yes, because they lived by his permission. But others approached him with clarity. And that clarity was exactly what he said he wanted, both in work and in love. He discovered a simple law. Life responds to the standard you uphold, not the standard you write in a notebook. In finance, when he stopped accepting confusing agreements, his energy was freed up for better deals. Not because the universe rewarded him for being firm, but because his time and focus were no longer being drained. He had the mental space to create, negotiate, improve, and respond with presence. In love, when he stopped chasing ambiguity, his heart stopped living in suspense. This internal change made him more attractive naturally, not through games, but through stability. Stability has a magnetism that lack cannot imitate. Setting boundaries also brought order to her discipline. Before, she would promise herself habits and then compromise. Not today. Yes, tomorrow. The guardianship of thresholds showed her that setting boundaries with herself feels like integrity. You don't need a rigid life, but you do need a word that carries weight. When your word carries weight, your identity solidifies. And when your identity solidifies, the universe takes you seriously because you take yourself seriously. There's a crucial difference between a boundary and a reaction. A boundary is set calmly. A reaction explodes from emotion. A boundary isn't about winning. It's about setting boundaries. That's why, when you set boundaries, your measure shouldn't be whether the other person approves, but whether you remain centered. If your boundary pulls you out of your comfort zone, it's not a boundary, it's defense. If your boundary brings you back to yourself, it's a standard. The guardian of thresholds left the reconciler with a short phrase. more like a compass than a motto. It wasn't a boastful phrase. It was a phrase he could use before saying yes or no, before accepting or rejecting, before insisting or withdrawing. I choose what honors me. The reconciler repeated it and felt it wasn't arrogance. It was direction. He began to use it as an internal pause. And that pause became his new form of power, not responding out of habit, but out of choice. Ultimately, a boundary is a signal to the universe and to your own system. It tells life. Here is someone who knows how to maintain boundaries. Because those who know how to maintain boundaries know how to maintain financial security. Those who know how to maintain boundaries know how to maintain love. Those who know how to maintain boundaries know how to maintain discipline. A boundary is the visible form of deserving. And when your deserving takes shape, life finds a way to fill it. Chapter 14. The environment that teaches you who you are. Your environment isn't just a stage. It's a silent teacher. It trains you without asking permission. It suggests rhythms, offers emotions, pushes you towards certain decisions and away from others. That's why, when someone tries to manifest with inner discipline, but lives surrounded by noise, urgency, complaints, or distraction, they end up feeling their willpower drained. It's not a lack of power. It's constant exposure to a contrary signal. Conscious manifestation doesn't happen in an abstract void. It happens within a field. And that field is made up of what you hear, what you see, what you tolerate, what you repeat, what you consume, what you talk about, what you allow in. The universe responds to your focus and your emotions. But your focus and emotions are influenced, day after day, by the climate in which you choose to live. Many talk about maintaining a high vibration as if it meant holding a perpetual smile. That idea is tiresome and falls apart. The vibration that matters isn't the one you display. It's the one you inhabit when no one is watching. And that state is almost always connected to your environment. There are spaces that expand your breath and spaces that restrict it. There are conversations that guide you and conversations that unravel you. There are habits that make you stable and habits that make you reactive. Your discipline isn't only tested against a goal. It's tested against the everyday atmosphere. If your environment trains you in distraction, you'll have to expend energy to regain focus. If your environment trains you in calm, your focus becomes more natural. It's not about controlling everything. It's about choosing with intention. There's another common misconception, believing that the environment is external and the spiritual is internal. This division is artificial. The internal feeds the external, and the external is organized according to the internal. When you choose a cleaner environment, you don't just improve your mood, you declare your identity. You say, I am a person who takes care of themselves. I am a person who respects themselves. I am a person who protects their focus. This declaration, when sustained, creates a chain reaction. A clearer environment attracts clearer decisions. Clearer decisions attract more stable results. More stable results reinforce a sense of deserving. And deserving, finally, becomes breathable. There once was a person we'll call the receiver. She had sensitivity, vision, and a mind capable of imagining entire scenarios. When she was quiet, she felt clearly what she wanted: stable income, healthy love, a stronger sense of self. But her daily life was a revolving door. Voices, opinions, urgent matters, messages, other people's stories, comparisons, quick promises, borrowed fears, all came in. She said she wanted clarity, but she lived as if clarity were a rare luxury. Each day began with intention and ended with exhaustion. And in between, one constant: the feeling of being swept along. One day she arrived at a place where formulas weren't sold. There she found an archetype we'll call the field curator. He wasn't a teacher who impressed with grand words. He was someone who looked at your life the way you look at a garden, not with judgment, but with precision. The receiver spoke of manifestation, techniques, visualization, and discipline. The field curator listened and asked her a question that seemed too simple for all she had studied. What are you letting in? The receiver was confused. She thought the question was about money or love. She responded with goals. The field curator gently shook his head. I'm not asking you what you want, he said. I'm asking you what feeds you. She wanted to answer proudly. I feed on learning. The field curator looked at her for a moment, as if waiting for the truth to reveal itself. The receiver sighed and admitted, I feed on anxiety, on stories, on comparing myself, on wanting reassurance. That honesty opened a door that no technique had opened. The field curator nodded. So, you're not living within your vision. You're living within your stimulus. The receiver defended herself. She said, that's the way the world is, that life demands it, that you have to be informed, that you have to respond quickly, that you have to be available, otherwise you lose out. The field curator didn't deny the demands. He pointed out the cost. Your field is saturated, he said. When the field is saturated, focus becomes fragile. And when focus becomes fragile, emotion becomes unstable. And when emotion becomes unstable, the law responds with instability. He didn't say it as a punishment. He said it mechanically. Then the field curator did something unexpected. He didn't teach her a new affirmation. He didn't ask her to visualize more intensely. He asked her to describe her surroundings with the precision of someone who wants to understand, not someone who wants to justify. Tell me who you talk to most. Tell me what kinds of stories you consume. Tell me what conversations you repeat. Tell me what spaces you frequent when you feel small. Tell me what sounds accompany you. Tell me what objects surround you. The receiver began to list them, and as she did, she realized that her environment was a mirror of her old identity. There was chaos on her desk, chaos in her schedule, chaos in her attention. There were words of lack in her internal dialogue and also in external conversations. There was urgency in the way she looked at the day. Now you understand, said the field curator. You're not trying to manifest only from within. You're trying to manifest within a climate that trains you to do the opposite. The receiver felt a mixture of relief and responsibility. Relief, because it wasn't a lack of power. Responsibility, because she could no longer ignore the role she had chosen. The field healer explained something worth listening to without romanticizing it. Your environment gives you instructions. If your environment teaches you that everything is urgent, your body learns urgency. If your environment teaches you that everything is scarce, your mind learns scarcity. If your environment teaches you that love is unstable, your heart learns vigilance. If your environment teaches you that money is conflict, your relationship with money becomes tension. And from that tension, even a clear opportunity can feel threatening. The receiver understood why. When something good appeared, she didn't rest. Her environment had conditioned her to be on high alert. The field healer didn't suggest she isolate herself from the world. He suggested she heal the access point. It's not about closing doors, he said. It's about learning to be the gatekeeper of your energy. The word gatekeeper seemed strange to her, but it felt true. She had lived like a house without a door. Everything came in, and what comes in takes up space. Then the field curator gave her an idea that immediately transformed her discipline. Your focus is a resource, like your time. You don't give it away carelessly. You don't lend it to just any emotion. You don't surrender it to just any conversation. When your focus is scattered, your life becomes fragmented. When your focus is protected, your life becomes organized. The receiver asked how to protect it without becoming rigid. The field curator replied, with gentle boundaries and firm decisions. He showed her the first gentle boundary, the threshold of day. The first voice you hear upon waking usually governs your state, he said. If you open the day to the noise of others, your focus is born already divided. If you open the day with your own center, your focus is born whole. The receiver understood the practice without him naming it as such. It was a simple choice, not to let the world in first, to let her intention in first. A minute of silence before any stimulus. A minute where the body settles and the mind chooses direction. It wasn't withdrawal, it was sovereignty. Then he spoke to her about the second soft boundary, the threshold of conversation. Not every conversation deserves your full energy, he said. Some conversations only repeat complaints, fears, and comparisons. If you stay there out of habit, your signal becomes contaminated. The receiver felt uncomfortable because she recognized herself. She had used other people's conversations as a way to distract herself from her own discipline. The field curator didn't blame her. He gave her a short, internal phrase that acted as a filter. Does this bring order to my life or distract me? That question didn't attack anyone. It simply guided choice. The third soft boundary was the threshold of space. The field curator asked her to imagine her home, her workplace, her most frequented corner. He asked how her body felt upon entering it. The receiver admitted that she felt rushed even in her own space. There were pending items, visible clutter, reminders of guilt. Your space speaks to you, the field. The curator said, if your space accuses you, your emotion contracts. If your space holds you, your emotion stabilizes. He didn't ask for perfection or aesthetics. He asked for a meaningful gesture of order, removing a symbol of chaos, leaving visible a symbol of intention. An object that represents your new identity, clarity, worthiness, calm. A notebook ready, a clear table, a tranquil light. Something that, upon seeing it, tells your system, here, focus is held. The receiver asked what all this had to do with attracting money and love. The field healer was precise. Money needs a mind that can sustain clarity. If your environment trains you in distraction, your financial decisions become impulsive or avoidant. Love needs an emotion that can sustain presence. If your environment trains you in suspicion and drama, your heart interprets calmness as a threat. It wasn't theory. She had lived it. She had rejected opportunities because she was overwhelmed. She had interpreted field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see the truth of her emotional environment. The field healer offered her a simple image so that she could see. Field healer offered her a simple image so she wouldn't forget. Imagine your life is water, he said. If the glass is full of dust, the water becomes cloudy. The water isn't bad. The glass was contaminated. Healing the environment is like cleaning the glass. The receiver felt a physical relief upon hearing this, as if someone had finally pointed to a specific cause. That same afternoon, the field curator proposed a different visualization exercise, one focused not on receiving, but on holding. He asked her to see herself going through the day with a protected field, starting the day quietly, choosing her conversation clearly, closing the door to draining stimuli, tidying a small space, and returning to her center when she felt rushed. The receiver noticed that this scene, though simple, was more powerful than imagining a grand outcome, because it showed her how she would truly live her new identity. The visualization ceased to be fantasy and became behavioral training. He also suggested she write, not as a way to vent, but as a map of her inputs. He asked her to record 3 things in her notebook for a few days. What expands her, what drains her, and what is neutral. Nothing more. No long stories, no justifications, just observation. Because when you clearly see what drains you, you can choose without drama. And when you choose without drama, your field clears. The receiver asked if that wasn't selfish. The field curator looked at her calmly and said, "Selfish is abandoning your focus and then blaming the world for your chaos. Responsible is taking care of your field so you can give from a place of abundance." That sentence wasn't a closure, it was a doorway. She understood that taking care of her environment wasn't a spiritual luxury. It was applied discipline. Over time, her life began to change organically. Not because everything became perfect, but because her inner signal became clearer. By reducing the stimuli that overwhelmed her, her mind regained the energy to create. By ceasing to engage in conversations that reinforced her sense of lack, her emotions became more stable. By organizing a small space, her sense of self felt more grounded, and that grounding began to manifest outwardly. Clearer responses, cleaner opportunities, calmer relationships, more coherent decisions. Not because the world magically became docile, but because she stopped issuing contradictory instructions. If you want to manifest consciously, look at your environment without guilt or sentimentality. Your environment is an extension of your identity. Anything you repeatedly accept becomes education for your system. Choose what educates you. Choose what accompanies you. Choose what enters. When your field becomes clear, your focus stops fighting for survival. And when your focus stops fighting, your life begins to respond as well-directed things do, with a silent, inevitable, natural obedience. Chapter 15. The merit that is not begged for. There are people who desire with all their heart and work with discipline, but when it comes to receiving, they shrink back. Not because they don't want it, but because an inner part of them interprets receiving as a risk. Sometimes the risk is losing control, sometimes it's feeling observed, sometimes it's being exposed, sometimes it's abandoning an old identity built around effort. At that point, conscious manifestation doesn't fail due to a lack of technique. It fails due to a lack of permission. And permission isn't just a pretty phrase. It's a state of being. It's the capacity to hold on to what is good without justifying it, without apologizing, without paying the price with tension. Deservingness is a word many repeat as if it were a universal key, but it's almost always misused. It's used as a shout or a defense. I deserve, said with hunger, with anger, with comparison. That doesn't open doors. It hardens. True deservingness is silent because it doesn't need to convince. It's more like firm ground than a speech. When it exists, your focus becomes clear. When your focus becomes clear, emotion stops begging. And when emotion stops begging, your decisions change. You accept without shame. You choose without guilt. You receive without tension. You remain without pleading. The law of attraction responds to emotion and focus, but your emotion and your focus always lean toward what you believe you are entitled to. Many have unwittingly learned a dangerous logic. I can only receive if I suffer. In that logic, money must come with exhaustion. Love must come with uncertainty. Discipline must feel like punishment. And when something comes easily, suspicion arises. This is too easy. Something bad will happen. That thought isn't a detail. It's an instruction. Because where there is suspicion, there is surveillance. Where there is surveillance, there is control. Where there is control, there is tension. And sustained tension creates tense scenarios. Not because the universe is punishing, but because your dominant signal becomes the mold of your experience. There was once an archetype we'll call the canceller. He didn't cancel opportunities, he canceled internal debts. People came to him with big desires and small results, with clear goals and fragile progress. They said they manifested in fits and starts. A little money, a little love, a little discipline, but nothing stuck. The canceller didn't ask them for more effort. He asked them a more dangerous question. What part of you believes it has to pay to receive? One afternoon, the debtor arrived. He had talent, ability, and sensitivity. And yet, he lived as if he were at fault. If he earned money, he felt he had to prove he worked harder than others. If someone loved him, he felt he had to earn that love every day through trials. If he achieved consistency, he demanded more of himself, as if rest were a betrayal. He didn't say it with words, but his body felt it. Heavy shoulders, shortness of breath, a mind that never truly let go of the day. The debtor sat before the canceller and said he wanted stability. He said he wanted the money to stay. He said he wanted a love that didn't feel like a test. He said he wanted discipline without harshness. The canceller listened without interruption. Then he said something that seemed simple, and for that very reason, it pierced through. You are not manifesting from desire. You are manifesting from debt. The debtor was inwardly offended. He replied that he didn't owe anything to anyone, that he was responsible, that he fulfilled his obligations. The chancellor didn't argue. He asked him to describe his internal dialogue when he received something good. The debtor recalled a fair payment and noticed the phrase that appeared, "It's not that big of a deal." He recalled a loving, "Ayig" gesture and another appeared. "Let's see how long it lasts." He recalled a disciplined day and another appeared. "Tomorrow, you have to do more." The chancellor nodded, as if seeing the complete pattern in 3 lines. "Therein lies the debt," he said. "The debt isn't always owed to a person. Sometimes it's owed to an idea. The idea that receiving must hurt to be valid." The debtor remained silent, for this idea was familiar to him. It wasn't a theory, it was a habit. The chancellor calmly explained, "When your identity is built on debt, you cannot sustain abundance. Abundance in a system of debt feels like guilt or danger. So you do something to return to the familiar state. You spend impulsively, you procrastinate out of fear. You choose relationships that confirm that love comes at a price. You abandon habits to avoid maintaining that level of security. You don't do it out of malice. You do it out of consistency with your old identity. The mind prefers a painful familiar identity to a new and unknown one." The debtor asked how to change that without falling into arrogance. The chancellor replied with disarming precision, "Deserving isn't superiority. Deserving is permission. And permission is something you learn." Then he added something else. "Life isn't asking you to think you're special. It's asking you to stop acting like you're forbidden." The chancellor led him through a brief exercise that didn't seem spiritual, but was profoundly metaphysical because it altered his state of being. He asked him to close his eyes and imagine receiving a sum of money that was significant to him. Not enormous, just significant. In the scene, the money arrives cleanly, for a job well done, for a clear agreement. The debtor, as soon as he saw it, felt a contraction in his chest. The chancellor didn't force him to feel happy. He asked him to do something else, to notice the contraction and breathe without interpreting it. "Don't turn it into a story," he said. "Don't turn it into a prophecy. Just observe it." Then he asked him to say a short, sober sentence in the inner scene. "I can receive without paying with tension." As he spoke it, the debtor felt resistance, but he also felt something new, a small opening, as if his body were accepting a possibility. The chancellor didn't celebrate enthusiastically. He didn't need to. "That opening," he said, "is the beginning of your permission." He explained that permission doesn't appear when everything is resolved. It appears when you start to stop punishing your reception. Discipline here isn't about working harder. It's about letting go of the pressure when the good stuff arrives. Then they shifted their focus to love. The chancellor asked him to imagine a quiet conversation with someone who chooses him without games. In the scene, there is no pursuit, no drama, just presence. The debtor noticed something uncomfortable. The calm felt strange. The chancellor named it, "Without judgment. Your system is used to paying for love. That's why the calm feels suspicious to you." He asked the debtor, in this internal scene, not to do anything to earn the moment. Just be, just receive. And say another short phrase, "I don't need to prove myself to be loved." That phrase touched a nerve. The debtor's mind wanted to argue. The chancellor didn't let him get into a debate. He reminded him of the essential point. It's not about convincing your mind. It's about training your state of being. The debtor asked what role the law of attraction played in all of this. The chancellor put it in a way the body understands. Your emotion of debt emits a chase signal. That signal attracts scenarios where you have to chase. Your emotion of permission emits a stability signal. That signal attracts scenarios where you can sustain. Then he asked him to notice something. When the debtor lived from debt, his focus was always on what was missing or what he could lose. When he lived from permission, his focus could be on what he was building. Not because he ignored risks, but because he stopped feeding fear as his identity. To ensure the change didn't remain merely an imaginary session, the counselor gave him a short but sharp writing assignment as precise as a scalpel. He asked him to write 3 lines that night, no long stories. In the first, "Today I felt indebted when," and name an event. In the second, "My debt made me do," and name a behavior. In the third, "My permission would have made," and name an alternative. The debtor understood that journaling wasn't for whining or boasting. It was for revealing the mechanism, and what is revealed ceases to secretly dominate. The counselor also warned him about a common mistake: turning deserving into a demand on the world. If you say, "I deserve," to pressure others, you remain indebted, he explained. Because deep down you're saying, "Give me so I can feel valid." Mature deserving doesn't ask, it takes a stand. Taking a stand doesn't mean imposing oneself. It means acting as someone who already has permission, charging what's fair, choosing what's clear, stepping out of ambiguity, maintaining habits without compromising your word, resting without guilt, accepting a compliment without responding with an explanation, saying thank you without adding, "It's nothing." The debtor realized his debt was hidden in small gestures. When someone paid him, he offered something extra to compensate. When someone wanted him, he anticipated the demand, as if afraid of being found out. When things went well for him, he downplayed it so as not to get carried away. The counselor showed him that deserving isn't built on grand gestures, but on micro-permissions. Each micro-permission is a decision: not to minimize, not to apologize, not to overpay, not to run away, not to chase, not to pressure. Repeated micro-permissions become identity, and a sustained identity becomes a signal. In the following days, the debtor began to notice a change that wasn't dramatic, but it was a liberation. When he received money, instead of tensing up, he breathed and managed it calmly. When he received affection, instead of looking for faults, he lingered a little longer. When he endured discipline, instead of punishing himself more and more, he acknowledged the situation and moved on without drama. Life didn't become perfect, but it became less punishing because he stopped punishing himself first. And that's a silent law. Reality often mirrors how you treat yourself when no one is watching. The counselor saw him again sometime later. He didn't ask about figures or romantic stories. He asked about his situation. The debtor responded with a phrase he hadn't been able to utter before, without guilt. "I feel allowed." It wasn't arrogance, it was relief. The counselor nodded and said something that sounded not like closure, but like continuation. Now your manifestation doesn't depend on pushing. It depends on sustaining. And sustaining is easier when you're no longer living in debt. There are days when permission feels natural, and days when the old debt appears like a shadow. The difference isn't that the shadow disappears forever. The difference is that it no longer decides for you. A master's discipline isn't about not feeling shadows. It's about not signing contracts with them. When your focus becomes clear and your emotions stop pleading, the universe finds less resistance to obeying. Not because you force it, but because you stopped hindering yourself. And that shift, however intimate and silent, is often the exact point where money stops slipping away. Love stops becoming a test, and your identity stops bargaining with the small things. Chapter 16. The Silence, where your intention becomes firm. Most people fill their days with noise and then wonder why their focus fractures. Noise isn't just external sound. It's non-stop internal chatter, compulsive checking, constant stimulation, comparison, rushing, and the need to respond to everything. When you live like this, your intention becomes a weak idea in a marketplace of impulses. And a weak intention can't sustain conscious manifestation with stability. Not because the universe is ignoring you, but because your signal changes every minute. A signal that changes every minute doesn't create direction. It creates dispersion. The silence I'm referring to isn't isolation or solemnity. It's a minimal, deliberate space where your system stops reacting and chooses again. That space can be brief, but it must be real. You don't need hours. You need presence. Silence is the room where your intention listens to itself. Without that room, your desire mingles with the desires of others, your discipline with the mood of the day, your emotion with the external climate. And then you call chance what was actually contamination. There's a reason silence affects money, love, and identity. Money requires clarity to sustain itself. Clarity needs pause. Love requires presence to deepen. Presence needs space. Identity requires integrity. Integrity requires you to listen to yourself before you compromise. Without silence, yes and no become blurred. Without silence, boundaries weaken. Without silence, your words lose their power. And when your words lose their power, the universe receives a weak signal. There was once an archetype we'll call the guardian of the void. He didn't guard a physical place, he guarded a state of being. People visited him seeking quick answers and direct paths. The guardian of the void wasn't opposed to the desire to move forward, but he knew that many moved forward with a cluttered mind and then blamed life for the friction. He taught a rare discipline in a world of urgency, remaining still long enough for intention to solidify. One afternoon, someone arrived whom we'll call the executor. He was efficient, decisive, and knew how to navigate the system. He could produce results, but he felt exhausted. His life was a succession of actions, and his mind was a room without doors. Ideas, worries, tasks, past and future conversations all came in. He wanted to manifest more money, more love, more peace, but every time he tried to sustain an inner practice, he abandoned it for lack of time. "I can't stop," he said. "If I stop, I fall behind." The guardian of the void looked at him with an unquestioning tranquility. "You're not behind," he replied. "You're overwhelmed." The performer defended himself. He said his saturation was necessary, that this was life, that if he slowed down, he would miss opportunities. The guardian of the void didn't deny that demands existed. He pointed out a deeper truth. When you're saturated, you choose worse, and choosing worse costs more than pausing. The performer wanted to argue, but realized that in his own life this was true. He had made impulsive decisions out of haste. He had accepted confusing agreements out of exhaustion. He had responded from irritation in conversations that required presence. He had spent for relief. He had procrastinated out of saturation. His productivity had kept him moving, but not necessarily in a specific direction. The guardian of the void invited him to an immediate experience devoid of mysticism. He asked him to sit and, for a few moments, do nothing. The performer laughed inwardly. "That's impossible," he said. The guardian of the void didn't contradict him. He asked him to try. The performer sat down, and immediately his mind began listing tasks. His body began to tense. His hands wanted to find an object, a phone, a distraction. The guardian of the void observed him and said, "Here is your true work. It is not to manifest more. It is to sustain stillness without feeling threatened." The performer was surprised. He had never seen stillness as something that could be trained. He had always seen it as a waste of time or a luxury. The guardian of emptiness explained soberly, "Your mind confuses silence with a lack of control. In silence, what you've been avoiding appears. Feelings of inadequacy, fear of failure, doubt, sadness, guilt, comparison. That's why you seek noise, not out of malice, but for relief. But this relief comes at a cost. It robs you of focus. It robs you of stable emotions. It robs you of direction. Conscious manifestation requires a state of non-escapism. If your system is escaping, what you attract will be escapism. Money that comes and goes, love that appears and fades, habits that begin and fall apart. The executor asked how to make silence an ally without abandoning his life. The guardian of the void replied, without promising perfect timing. You don't need long silences. You need daily silence. He explained that daily silence acts as a signal cleansing, a moment where your mind stops reacting to the world and remembers its direction. This cleansing prevents your focus from becoming a pendulum. External life will continue to move you, yes, but your center will be more readily available. The guardian of the void taught him something simple. There is an instant just before you react. That instant is small. Almost no one takes advantage of it. Silence trains you to experience that instant. When you train yourself to experience that instant, your life changes, because that's where you decide whether you repeat your old identity or act from your new one. Conscious manifestation doesn't happen in grand ceremonies. It happens in that instant, before sending a message, before saying yes, before buying, before procrastinating, before demanding, before pursuing. If you don't have silence, that instant is lost. If you have silence, that instant expands. Then the guardian of emptiness guided him toward a different visualization. He didn't have him imagine a perfect life. He had him imagine an actual day with silences inserted like anchors. The practitioner saw himself waking up and, before touching any stimulus, breathing for a minute. He saw himself before a financial decision, pausing briefly and choosing from a place of order. He saw himself before an emotional conversation, entering into presence instead of rushing in. He saw himself facing an unexpected event, remembering his intention instead of reacting chaotically. This visualization wasn't a fantasy of outcomes. It was rhythm training. The guardian of emptiness told him, if you change your rhythm, you change your signal. If you change your signal, you change what you attract. The practitioner asked how to sustain this practice when urgency arose. The guardian of emptiness gave him a minimal gesture, a longer exhalation before responding to any impulse. You don't need to meditate for an hour, he said. You need to remember your center before acting. The practitioner felt relief. For the first time, the path wasn't about adding another burden, but about removing noise. Then the guardian of the void asked him to write at night, but not a long journal. He asked for a brief record of silence. He told him to note when there was silence, however brief, and what decision arose afterward. Don't write to describe your day, he explained. Write to see the relationship between pause and quality of choice. The performer understood that his problem wasn't a lack of ability, it was a lack of pause. And pause was the space where his authority could emerge. On the subject of money, the guardian of emptiness was clear. Many financial leaks stem from emotional noise. You buy things to soothe yourself. You spend to feel in control. You avoid looking at numbers to avoid feeling stressed. You accept confusing agreements out of exhaustion. Silence reduces these leaks because it returns you to making choices. On the subject of love, he was equally direct. Many arguments arise from reaction, not from truth. You react because you're overwhelmed, because you're not listening, because you're misinterpreting, because you're defending yourself. Silence creates presence. Presence creates quality. Quality sustains relationships. The executor began to practice. At first, the silence felt uncomfortable. He felt like he was wasting time. But he noticed something. After a real minute of pause, his decisions were cleaner. He responded with less impulse. He chose with less guilt. He negotiated more clearly. He rested without shame. He didn't become slow, he became precise. And that precision reduced his fatigue. He discovered a paradox. The silence didn't reduce his productivity, it reduced waste. Over time, her approach became less dependent on her mood. She could come back. That ability to come back gave her a new sense of power. Not power over the world, but power over her state. And when you have power over your state, manifestation stops feeling like a lottery. It becomes a consequence. If you want to truly experience this teaching, don't turn it into a ceremony. Make it a habit. A minute of silence before starting your day. A brief silence before making decisions you used to make impulsively. A silence before speaking when your body is aroused. Silence is not absence, it is selection. It is the place where you reclaim your intention and make it firm, breathable, stable. When your intention is firm, your signal is clear. When your signal is clear, life finds a path to obey without unnecessary friction. Chapter 17. The commitment that doesn't depend on mood. There's a silent lie that destroys more manifestations than any negative energy. Believing that your commitment must feel good to be real. This belief makes your discipline fragile because your mood is fickle. One day you're inspired, another day you're tired, another day you have doubts, another day you're just overwhelmed. If your commitment is based on what you feel, your identity becomes a pendulum. And a pendulum doesn't sustain stable results. Conscious manifestation doesn't demand constant enthusiasm, it demands consistency. Consistency is doing the right thing even when your system wants to compromise. Not with harshness, but with direction. Mood is a climate. Commitment is a structure. Climate changes, structure remains. That's why when you say you want stable money, healthy love, a firm identity, you're saying you want structure. But if in your daily life you only allow yourself to act when you feel like it, then you're building from climate, not structure. Your mind might call that freedom. In reality, it's vulnerability, because you become dependent on a state you don't control. And when you become dependent on mood, life shows you its instability. Not as punishment, but as a mirror. The law of attraction responds to emotion and focus, but there's something that underpins both. Your repetition. What you repeat becomes your baseline state. If you repeat abandoning habits, your baseline state is abandonment. If you repeat breaking promises to yourself, your baseline state is self-doubt. If you repeat returning to your old ways, your baseline state is integrity. That integrity is magnetic because it brings order. People often think that attracting is asking and waiting. In reality, attracting is being and sustaining is commitment. There was once an archetype we'll call the forger. He didn't forge metal, he forged words. The word one gives to oneself and then keeps. Many people sought him out because they wanted results, but the forger always led them to the same point. Sustainable results require an identity that delivers, not rigidly or perfectly, but consistently. One day, someone came along whom we'll call the changer. He was creative, sensitive, with impressive bursts of productivity. However, his life felt unstable. He could make great progress in a short time and then suddenly disappear. He would start routines and then abandon them. He would begin projects and leave them unfinished. He would swear that this time it would be different, and then he would compromise. The changer wasn't lazy. He was ruled by his mood. He sat down opposite the forger and said, "I want consistency, but I can't. It's difficult. I get bored. I get exhausted. I lose motivation." The forger didn't give him a lecture on willpower. He asked a question that cut through the noise. Who decides in your life, you or your mood? The changer felt attacked, but the question was innocent. He thought for a moment and admitted, "My mood." The forger nodded like someone who has found the root of an invasive plant. "Then," he said, "your mood is your master. And if your mood is your master, your life will obey its chaos." The changer tried to defend his way of life. He said he was spontaneous, that he didn't want a rigid life, that discipline felt like a prison. The forger didn't contradict him, morally. He showed him the difference between rigidity and commitment. Rigidity tries to control everything, he said. Commitment chooses one thing and sticks to it. The forger explained that commitment isn't a perfect plan. It's a small fidelity. A fidelity that is repeated until it becomes one's identity. You don't need to discipline yourself in everything, he added. You need to discipline yourself in what's essential. The changer asked what was essential. The forger answered with a simple truth. The essential is that which, if you hold onto it, changes your life. For one person, it might be organizing their finances. For another, it might be managing their energy. For another, it might be training their body. For another, it might be writing. For another, it might be speaking the truth. The key wasn't the list. It was the act of holding on to something without depending on desire. The changer understood with trepidation. That meant doing things even when there wasn't a strong emotional response. The forger confirmed it. Yes, that is maturity. Then the forger showed him why commitment influences both money and love. Money behaves better in a system that delivers, he said, because delivering reduces chaos, and chaos is expensive. He explained simply, when you don't deliver, you postpone financial decisions, miss opportunities, accept bad deals out of desperation, and spend for relief. Love also behaves better in a system that delivers, because a healthy relationship requires consistency, presence, communication, and boundaries. When you live by mood, one day you're present, and the next you're absent. One day you open up, and the next you shut down. That's confusing and exhausting, not because you're a bad person, but because there's no structure. The changer listened and felt sad, for he saw his own story. He had left relationships on impulse, changed course out of fear, and abandoned habits out of boredom. The shaper wouldn't let him remain in guilt. He said, "Guilt is another way of being ruled. We're not here to punish you. We're here to train you." And then he proposed a practice that seemed too small to be real. A minimal, non-negotiable daily commitment, independent of his mood. The changeling laughed inwardly. "That won't change anything," he said. The smith wasn't offended. He told him a short story. An apprentice wanted to move a mountain. He would push hard one day and be exhausted, then rest for weeks. He would get frustrated and say he wasn't making any progress. One day, a master gave him a chisel and said, "Strike once a day in the same spot." The apprentice scoffed. Striking once seemed pointless, but he did it. Time passed. One day, without fanfare, the rock gave way, not from force, but from persistence. The smith looked at the changeling. Your problem isn't a lack of striking, it's a lack of repetition. The changer began to understand that his identity had built in bursts, not through consistency. The forger explained that minimal commitment acts as a daily vow. It tells your system who's in charge. If you accomplish one thing each day, your system learns that your word carries weight. If your word carries weight, your identity solidifies. If your identity solidifies, your signal becomes stable. And if your signal becomes stable, life finds it easier to respond with stability. There is no magic without structure. The shaper asked him to choose a minimal commitment that touched his main intention. The changer chose financial order because his financial life was chaotic. The shaper didn't tell him to make extensive plans. He said, every day, without exception, look at your numbers for a short while and take one small action to bring order. It could be recording an expense, checking a payment, organizing a bill, setting aside a small amount, sending a clear email. The important thing was consistency, not heroism. The changer felt immediate resistance. "What if I'm tired?" he asked. The shaper replied, "You'll do it tired. That's the difference." Then he asked him for a brief visualization, not of wealth, but of fulfillment. "Imagine a day when you don't feel like it," he said, "and yet you calmly fulfill your minimum commitment. Feel what happens afterward, not the euphoria, the dignity." The changer closed his eyes and saw himself fulfilling his commitment without heightened emotion. At first, it felt disingenuous. Then a different feeling arose, quiet pride. Not pride in impressing others, pride in persevering. The shaper told him, "That dignity is the nourishment of your new identity." He also asked her to keep a short journal, but with one rule: record compliance, not drama. At night, he told her, write down whether you complied. If you didn't, write down what affected your mood, without insulting yourself. Then write down what you will do tomorrow to return. The forger insisted that the goal wasn't punishment, it was return. Because return is what builds integrity. A disciplined person isn't the one who never fails. It's the one who returns quickly without a fuss. The changeling asked about affirmations. The forger told him that a useful affirmation on this subject shouldn't be motivating. It should evoke authority. He gave him a short phrase: "I fulfill my obligations even when I don't feel like it." The changeling shuddered because that phrase touched his weak spot. The forger added another, in case the first sounded too harsh: "My commitment is greater than my mood." Both were keys to the same act, not obeying fleeting emotions as if they were law. As the days passed, the changer noticed something he had never consistently felt: self-confidence. Not a fanciful confidence, but a well-built one. Every time he delivered, his system learned it could count on him. That confidence reduced his anxiety, and with reduced anxiety, his energy became more readily available. He began making better financial decisions because he was no longer living in the urgency of fixing everything quickly. He began communicating better in his relationships because he was no longer responding from mood swings. He was responding from a place of presence. His discipline didn't make him rigid. It made him reliable. And being reliable to yourself and to life is a high form of magnetism. The most important thing he discovered was this: his mood still changes, but it no longer rules him. Sometimes he feels inspired, sometimes tired, sometimes distracted, but his commitment became a straight line. And that straight line began to bring order to everything else. Not because everything was resolved instantly, but because chaos ceased to be the norm. In a less chaotic system, life responds with greater coherence. If you want to manifest with maturity, stop measuring your commitment by how you feel. Measure it by your ability to sustain a small choice through fluctuating states. That's the foundation of everything else. When your word carries weight, your identity takes root. When your identity takes root, your signal becomes clear. And when your signal is clear, reality, in time, settles around what you no longer compromise on. Chapter 18. The signs you don't follow. There comes a moment in every process of conscious manifestation when the mind begins to seek confirmation in every detail. A gesture, a delay, a phrase, a coincidence, a silence. The person becomes adept at interpreting, and without realizing it, their state shifts. They cease to maintain compatible focus and emotion and enter a state of vigilance. This vigilance is often disguised as intuition, but it is not. Intuition clarifies, vigilance complicates. Intuition brings you back to your center. Vigilance pulls you out of yourself. And the difference matters, because the law of attraction doesn't respond to the quantity of signs you decipher, but to the quality of the state from which you live. When you chase signs, your dominant sign is lack. When you recognize signs without chasing them, your dominant sign is disciplined confidence. The signs exist, but not to feed your anxiety. They exist as course corrections. An opportunity arises, a conversation recurs, a door opens easily, a boundary becomes necessary, an emotion insists on returning. Life communicates in simple ways, and your job isn't to turn that communication into a puzzle. Your job is to maintain clarity, to listen without inventing stories. If you struggle to receive money and suddenly a straightforward agreement appears, that could be a sign of expansion. But if your mind becomes suspicious, you'll turn it into a test. If you desire healthy love and calm appears, that could be a sign of maturity. But if your mind mistakes calm for emptiness, you'll create drama to feel intensity. If you desire discipline and quiet, unmotivated days appear, that could be a sign of training. But if your mind believes that only what feels powerful is valuable, you'll give up. The sign doesn't fail. What fails is the filter. The filter is called identity. The same signal, seen from a place of lack, is interpreted as a threat. Seen from a place of deserving, it's interpreted as an opportunity. Seen from a place of debt, it's interpreted as a trap. Seen from a place of dignity, it's interpreted as a step forward. That's why, before asking yourself, what does this mean? It's helpful to ask yourself, from what state of mind am I viewing this? Because the anxious mind doesn't want meaning. It wants certainty. And certainty isn't obtained through interpretation. It's obtained through coherence. When your emotions and your approach are trained, the signals become obvious, almost boring. And that's good news. Stability doesn't need spectacle. There was once an archetype we'll call the current reader. He didn't read cards or mysterious symbols. He read inner currents. He observed how a person approached their own desire, whether they did so peacefully or hastily, clearly, or with pressure, openly or defensively. People came to him saying the universe was sending them confusing signals. The current reader listened patiently and almost always found the same thing. It wasn't the universe that was confusing, it was the person who was divided. One part wanted to move forward, and another part wanted to control. One part wanted to receive, and another part wanted to repay with tension. One part wanted love, and another part wanted to test it. One day, someone arrived whom we'll call the interpreter. She was intelligent, perceptive, and quick to notice patterns. Her problem wasn't a lack of perception, it was over-analysis. Every time there was progress, she turned it into an interrogation. If a payment was delayed, she interpreted it as a prophecy of scarcity. If someone was slow to respond, she saw it as a sign of abandonment. If a project moved forward easily, she dismissed it as suspicious, too good to be true. The interpreter lived in a strange state. She claimed to believe in the law of attraction, but she acted as if life were about to fail her at any moment. She craved clarity, yet she practiced hyper-reading. The reader from Corrientes didn't ask her what she wanted to express. He asked her to tell him how she felt when a sign appeared. The interpreter smiled nervously and said a word that betrayed her. Restless. That restlessness was her signature. The reader from Corrientes nodded, like someone hearing a familiar language. "So you're not reading signs?" he said. "You're reading your restlessness." The interpreter defended herself. "But some signs are real. Coincidences, changes, delays." The reader from Corrientes didn't deny anything. He only corrected the order. First, you read the state. Then, you read the fact. If you reverse the order, you turn any fact into anxiety. The interpreter wanted a rule, method, a formula to know if something was a signal or noise. The reader from Corrientes gave her a simple distinction that doesn't fuel obsession. A true signal gives you direction. Noise scatters you. A true signal, even if it challenges you, makes things clearer. Noise leaves you more confused. A true signal doesn't demand pursuit, it invites a decision. Noise demands constant checking. The interpreter listened, but a part of her wanted something more complicated because complexity allowed her to stay in the mind. The reader from Corrientes saw this and said with firm gentleness, "Your mind believes that if it understands everything, it will be safe. But understanding isn't always security. Sometimes it's just control." He then asked her to talk about money. The interpreter explained that when things started to improve, her mind would become agitated. If she had a good week, she would anticipate a bad one. If she received a payment, she would check it 1,000 times for fear that something was missing. If an opportunity arose, she would look for a flaw. The reader from Corrientes looked at her without reproach. "Your system isn't reading money, it's reading danger." She remained silent because it was true. She had learned that money is earned through tension. So when the money arrived clearly, her body didn't know how to receive it without clenching. Then they talked about love. The interpreter said she wanted a healthy relationship, but her mind analyzed every interaction. A calm day turned into suspicion. A brief silence became a threat. A neutral gesture became a hidden message. The reader from Corrientes was direct. That's not intuition. That's training in loss. The interpreter felt ashamed, and the reader from Corrientes stopped her before she sank. Shame doesn't help you. Clarity does. Your task isn't to punish yourself for interpreting. Your task is to learn to stop interpreting when it stems from fear. The interpreter asked how to do that without becoming naive. The reader from Corrientes responded with a precise phrase. Naivete ignores facts. Maturity ignores fantasies. He explained that recognizing signs doesn't mean believing everything. It means seeing what is, without adding a story. If someone is consistently ambiguous, that's a fact. If someone takes a day to respond, that's a fact. What turns the fact into a storm is the story you add. And the added story is usually a repetition of identity. I'm not chosen. They'll leave me. It won't last. They'll take me away. Something bad is coming. That story isn't a sign. It's a habit. The reader from Corrientes proposed a training program that wouldn't make her passive, but rather empowered. He told her that when something she called a signal appeared, she should perform 3 internal actions, in this order. First, feel her body. Is there expansion or contraction? Not to obey the emotion, but to acknowledge the state. Second, name the event without interpretation. A clear phrase, as if it were a report. Third, choose a response based on her intention, not her fear. The reader from Corrientes explained that this sequence changes destiny because it breaks the automatic reaction and replaces it with choice. To move beyond theory, he invited her to imagine a common scenario, receiving a message about an opportunity. In the scene, the interpreter's mind raced. What if it doesn't work out? What if I get scammed? What if I get my hopes up? The reader from Corrientes asked her not to try to eliminate those thoughts, just not to follow them. He asked her to breathe and internally say a short affirmation, not to manifest, but to bring order. I respond with clarity. The interpreter repeated the phrase and noticed her chest relax slightly. She didn't become euphoric, she became more present. The reader from Corrientes pointed out the important thing. That lower level of tension is where you can truly read the signs. Then he asked her for a brief log, because the interpreter needed data, but without becoming obsessive. He suggested she use her journaling as a map of currents, writing down when the interpretation was triggered, what event triggered it, what story her mind wanted to create, and what decision she ultimately made. Not to accumulate pages, but to see patterns. When you see the pattern, said the reader of currents, you stop confusing it with destiny. The interpreter understood that her problem wasn't the universe, it was her internal repetition. Over time, she began to notice something revealing. Many signs that had previously driven her to despair weren't signs at all. They were triggers, and many real signs were simple, almost silent. An opportunity that presented itself without drama, a conversation that became clearer when she stopped pushing, a relationship that improved when she maintained boundaries, a financial decision that became easier when she regulated her spending. She discovered that life speaks best when you don't interrupt it with mental noise. The reader from Corrientes showed him an idea that changed his way of manifesting. A true sign doesn't ask you to run. It asks you to become compatible. If money appears, compatibility is order and reception without tension. If love appears, compatibility is presence and boundaries without pursuit. If a door appears, compatibility is coherent action without begging for confirmation. The sign shows you the next step, not the end. And the next step always happens in the everyday. Responding clearly, maintaining a habit, saying no to what confuses, choosing what honors, remaining without dramatizing. The interpreter faced a test. A financial opportunity with clear conditions arose. Her mind tried to sabotage it with suspicion. She felt the tension, named the situation, and decided to act methodically. She asked direct questions, checked what was necessary, and moved forward without internal turmoil. Then an emotional situation arose. Someone showed interest calmly, without games. Her mind tried to conjure a threat. She felt the discomfort, named the situation, and chose presence. She communicated simply, didn't demand proof, and remained grounded. In both cases, what changed wasn't the world. It was her way of interpreting it. And by changing her way of interpreting it, she changed her way of responding. That response, repeated, became her new signal. There's a fine point here. You don't need more signs. You need less noise. The universe isn't obligated to put on a show for you to trust it. You're invited to cultivate a state that doesn't crumble over details. When you cultivate that state, the signs become clear by contrast. What once seemed confusing now appears as real confusion, and what once seemed boring now appears as stability. Then you stop chasing hidden messages and start experiencing visible messages. Clarity, coherence, continuity. Mature conscious manifestation looks like this: stable emotion, chosen focus, coherent action, and undemanding reception. In this realm, signs don't hijack you, they guide you. And what guides you doesn't take away your freedom, it gives it back. Because the true end of compulsive interpretation isn't understanding everything. It's being able to walk without constantly seeking confirmation. It's observing a situation, feeling your state, choosing your response, and moving on. There, life unfolds with a naturalness that needs no applause. And that's it for today's video. I sincerely hope it's been helpful. If you want to delve deeper and truly take your knowledge to the next level, I invite you to click the first link in the description. There, you'll find more tools, resources, and content designed just for you. Don't let this end with just one video. Keep moving forward.